Hello, everyone,
Hey,
and welcome to the stream. Mick, Louise says, I'm listening to jazz on the Smalls Live channel. I'll be right back. Okay. I don't know what that is. Anybody else know what that is? Smalls Live channel?
Yeah, it's a stream I'm doing in my bathroom.
How dare you?
Hey, I'm going to grab a stack over here that I was cleaning. Let me see if there's something.
I'll be right back. My wife's calling me.
all right, well, it's just me.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Hey, Kevin. How's it going? Got some good stuff I want to show. All right, well, it is just me. Okay, well, I guess I could show something. So I got this. I passed on this a while ago. This is Sam Records release, and it's Clark Terry. I just haven't really been in the Clark Terry except for very recently. And anyway, I got this. This is Press That Palace. It's one of the early Sams, and it's really good. Clark Terry is awesome. So you have Clark Terry and Paul Gonsalves, and they work together a lot. I have an Argo record with them, and I think they did some other stuff together. Jimmy Wood, and then Raymond Fall and JT Hogan. So anyway, I passed on this because I just looked at the cover and I was like, Clark Terry, nah, and I was very wrong. This is really good.
You should have passed on it.
Oh, are you back?
No, I can. I mean, it's not like I'm in a mansion. I can hear you.
Hold on. Yeah. So anyway, so that's one I picked up. Really happy to add it to my Sam Records. It's a good one. Definitely check it out. What else can I show?
How is I big when I'm not even here? What's going on? Why are you showing stuff without me, man? 1 minute in and I've already missed things. It's unbelievable. Hello, Kevin. Hey, Sean.
Did I show you this Sam Records Clark Terry I picked up?
No.
It's yeah. It's an early Sam that's like
cool.
Yeah, that I passed on when it was put out, and I just found it, so I picked it up. It's really good.
For it, or was it affordable?
I had to get it from Japan, so there was that. So I got some stuff. This is kind of interesting.
Jim scored some records today. You should come up on the show and talk about them, Jim. Hello, Dan. Welcome to the show.
All right,
so glad to be here today. Had another long work week. Nicole, what's going on? On the road soon as I get. I'm on the road as soon as I get home. I felt that. Nice. You have two of the same record. Let's look at that.
Okay. So I showed you guys this before. This is Riverside Sam Jones Mono.
Yes.
It's a heavyweight vinyl with the small Riverside label, 92 millimeter, and deep groove. Okay. So nice. Really, really nice. And it's mono. And then this came up for extremely cheap. So this is the stereo version.
Okay.
These are hard records to get. So when I saw it came up for $20, I was just like, yeah, I'll just grab it because I have the mono.
You should send me the better of the two. Well,
the problem is this wasn't really. Both of these don't sound that great. They're definitely better Riverside sounding records. Like these don't. That's why I also was interested in the stereo. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I feel like this is really prime time for a reissue. I think you can get a lot more out of the tapes. So,
I mean, yeah, I've kind of noticed a lot of the OG Riversides are not just like amazing sounding.
Some of them are. There are some good ones, but that's not always the case, and that's the case with this. And it's a shame because the music is awesome.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
that's cool. Did you have a good week, work wise and everything?
Yeah, this was a good work week.
Good.
Yeah.
You didn't ask me that.
Well, we just think you live in a record store, so.
No, I live in the whole record hole.
The record hole, yeah. It's Rob's record hole, like Shelley's manhole.
No.
Rob's
shithole.
All right, Rob.
Let's join us.
Well, I'll show some new stuff. So I got this in the mail yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everyone should get it. Get it.
Okay.
Don't be stupid. Buy it. It
Cool.
it to me, it's on par with all the good Bobby Hutcherson stuff. So don't be silly. Get it.
I listened to it. Patrick actually played it. He was
Yeah, I was always going to get it, but when Patrick was playing it,
right.
I go, holy fuck! So
Yeah.
I bought it.
Mazzy's Jazz Hole. What's up,
That was
Mazzy?
very good. Hey, Mazzy.
Hello. Good evening.
So this is the record. I've shown this. I did my video. My newest video is opening this and doing a needle drop.
Yeah.
So my friend's reissuing this. It was a private pressed record from 1967. This dude, DB Schreier, he was going to college at Penn and got caught up in the Philadelphia jazz scene, and he did this record on his own live, and you can listen to Needle Drop. It's not the best sounding, but it's good. Two different
Cool
live
story.
dates. Huh?
It's cool that it's out there. I feel like it's a cool.
It's under $25. You could probably get it cheaper. Although the CD has 5 extra songs, and it's from his estate, like his daughter, I think. I think there's more music there.
Oh, cool.
So, if it's good, I think everyone will be pleasantly surprised. And
Did you take it out of his house right after he died?
Oh God.
Hey, is Mazzy only up here because you have an age requirement? You get discounts.
Welcome, Mazzy. Mazzy, I want to see what you picked up in Portland.
I'm just going to show the jazz or related jazz thing. This is not a jazz.
I know one of them you picked up.
Well, am I being cockblocked by Mazzy now?
This is not a jazz record, but it's a funky ass record that I know, but I haven't had a copy in
Chocolate
decades.
City? Nice.
Yeah, DC.
1975. Rob, please, can I? Please?
He just said Chocolate City over you. Why you yell at him?
Because I heard you over him.
That's fair.
It's a cutout, so
Okay.
but it's a 75. Oh, that's original.
What label is that on? DC?
What is it on? Casablanca, of course, Casablanca.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Donna Summer. It's Neil Bogart's label. And of course, this is a 72 issue.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I've always wanted a copy of this. I've only had a CD of it, and I've never had a copy. And this is a 72 issue, and it's in pretty good shape.
Can we make Mazzy big? Can you break out the gatefold of that? Because I don't have a copy of that, and I'd like one.
Why did you ask if we can make Mazzy big, and then you just made it big?
I wasn't made big.
Yeah. That's cool. I've never heard that record.
And this weekend, I will put it through the Hummindinger Guru
Very
thing.
nice.
Nice.
But it looks really clean, except the cover's got that kind of. I hate that kind of shit. Like
Oh, the foxing.
the moldy wiped your ass on the record thing. That's the only thing I don't like.
I usually take one of those lychee wipes and wipe it
Yeah.
off.
Wait, Mazzy, what's the label look like? Is that a black and red label?
No, it's a 72 ABC.
Let's see.
But the record
Yeah.
itself is looks.
Yeah,
small.
those are good. Those sound good.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not a real stickler about getting first presses of this stuff. Personally, I mean, if it fell into my lap, yeah, but something like this, I'm fine with it.
No, 72. I have some.
The
I have some
horror.
72
I just stuck it in. I stuck it in the paper sleeve that it was sold to me, and I have not swapped it out yet to a polyline sleeve. And then lastly, I only have one more I'm going to show, which I've never seen this record actually. Maybe you guys have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think I have a CD of that.
And it's a gatefold.
Yeah.
beautiful.
And I love the name of the first. I love it because I love funk, soul, jazz stuff.
Mhm.
What is this? Probably 68, 69, 70 is my guess. I don't know what year. But I love the first song. It's called Psychedelic Sally.
Nice.
Okay.
What a great thing. Billy
I know
Cobham.
her. She lives on the street down near the pier.
Cover photo by Billy Cobham Jr. That's interesting.
That is interesting. Is that Billy Cobham or is that Junior?
Wow.
It's 69.
Wow.
I'm going to guess it was Billy Cobham.
This album smells like incense. I swear to God.
Does it sound? I thought it would smell like Psychedelic Sally.
No, this isn't a what's her name? A candle from what's her name?
You didn't get it from Goop?
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Are you putting on lipstick there, Chris?
Yes,
Charles Tolliver, Stanley Turrentine, Horace Silver, Bob Cranshaw, and Mickey Roker.
Charles Hall. Really makes me want to listen to that again.
Yeah, I mean it's probably pretty funky.
Hmm.
This was an impulse buy. I just loved, and it's the cover's
That's
in
cool.
pretty good shape. So
Yeah,
And what's the label on that look like? Is that like a black bee?
you guys and your
Oh, Liberty.
You got to look who you're talking to, Mike.
Hey, now.
He's not a black bee kind of guy.
I'm
He's
not
a
a
label
jazz expert in terms of labels like probably you guys are. I know the music, a lot of the stuff,
Neither.
but I've never really like gone for originals. I just want the music. Stupid.
This the whole record is like the previous one was like a macrocosm of your view and Michael 45's relationship problems, like paper sleeves, still putting it back in there, paper sleeve, not an original.
We have problems.
I don't know. I've heard rumors,
Chris is offering to be your counselor in couples therapy.
I noticed it's funny on that stream. We were on a same stream 2 days ago, and we talked about this whole thing because I went to too many records, and it was actually a fun experience. But Michael, for some reason, gets dumped on the Hoffman forums, and I said, well, one thing is, Michael, and not to be personal, but to take it personally, but when he was coming there, he was promoting, like doing links to his videos, and he's really kind of new there. I've been there for 14 years, so I participate. Now he says he's banned or he was banned, so it's hard when someone comes in for the first time just to promote themselves. And if he stayed around and talked, it might not have been as bad. But then he says, well, you like some of those comments, so he's looking to see. He notices that I'm liking a couple of comments. How microcosm is that?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I'm not on the Hoffman forums, but like the late 90s, early 2000s, just forum culture in general.
But,
I think it's a big loss. Honestly.
It's like the live streams. There's good stuff and bad stuff. There's a lot of great knowledge there if you're looking for gear or pressing.
That's what I use it for.
And there's a lot of wanking going on, and like
now, when I'm
Dylan freaks and the Beatle freaks. We've heard this. Why are they releasing that? Or my record hasn't shipped yet. It's all that kind of stuff. So
hey, Josh D. Too many records is a douchebag because of things he did that I was involved with. Again, if he never did anything, I would go, okay. But he's a douchebag.
I got this at Too Many Records. This and Metal Machine Music by Lou Reed.
Oh,
And
what was their listening station? Looked like it was a Technics. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, I didn't listen to anything, and anything they sell over $50 or so, or $40. I don't know, 40 or 50. They clean it on their ultrasonic.
Did you get a chance? I saw there was a bin for like Holy Grail stuff. Did you get a chance to flip through that?
Yeah, I didn't see anything that for me.
No.
Did it look like Holy Grail stuff though?
I don't know. There was stuff that I didn't know about, so it was probably a Holy Grail to someone else. Like Michael Poetry bought 2 or 3 Japanese city pop records.
That's cool.
Yeah, a lot of import stuff. I mean, it's potential.
Is there a video coming from your experience there? Or you already posted it?
It's posted. Are you been asleep the last 3 days?
I've been working my ass off the last 3 weeks.
It posted yesterday morning.
Oh, cool.
That picture you took of Poetry on Plastic is really good.
Which one? With the
where he's walking through the aisles of the record store.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That was a cool video, though.
Yeah, it's fun. First copy of Bob Weir. Yeah, the original Ace. That's a Bob Weir album. Sounds great. I've heard things that people don't like the new one that much, but I'm not going to buy it.
Here's what's funny. Again, this is Vinyl Me Please bullshit that they're putting out a version, but yet it's part of the Rhino Start Your Year Off Right campaign.
Yeah, I haven't heard.
So which is it? The same one? Is it a color variant? What's going on?
Yeah. Which record are you talking about? Sorry, I got distracted.
Bob Weir Ace. Bob Weir 8.
He was in the Grateful Dead. You know, the first.
Mhm.
Hey, can I
First
go back to showing records before Mazzy interrupted me from showing records?
Dude, we're taking turns showing records. It's like kindergarten. It's show and tell, bro.
Anyway, there you go. Okay, last.
I showed two.
Yeah.
I showed one.
He showed.
No, I showed three. I showed three.
I showed three.
Okay.
Hey,
well,
I want to show this one because it literally made Mike physically react.
Which one? Me, Mike?
This one.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So I went out record shopping and I saw this cover and I go, I've seen this recently. Then it occurred to me someone showed it on a video. So I reached out to someone who I thought showed it, and he goes, "No, Chad Kassem showed it because he has that video where he does the history of audiophile."
Mhm.
And in that video, he literally says, "This is the best sounding record ever."
Ever.
But he also said it goes for $300.
That's,
It doesn't go for $300.
No.
Hey, what
did he
happened?
have four of them for sale in his used vault or something when he said that?
I don't know, but this is an amazing sounding record. I think it's mint. I got it for $24 at this record
Well,
store.
tell her it's a direct to disc.
It's a direct to disc.
Yeah.
He's not on it. It was put out, I guess, by a bunch of people that played with him. I guess his tribute.
That's what's the poor dude cannot
No,
buy.
the people that put that out is kind of like you. So they take advantage of dead people.
You're the gatefold, Rob.
You know, you can't win for losing here, man. So
Maybe that guy in the bottom right hand corner has really got his vibe going with some sunglasses inside.
well, you know,
Is that Ronnie Millsap?
it's my goal to look like this one day.
Of course, that's the Jewish guy. There's always one Jewish guy.
Well,
Ronnie Millsap's Jewish?
Oh, sorry.
Ronnie
You
Millsap.
went straight to
what are you doing, dude?
I meant to bring you back. Sorry.
So after we communicate with each other, and Mike goes, "What? Who? What? Where? When?" He automatically jumps on Discogs and lures everyone else's chance to get a copy of this. But this is an amazing sounding record. It is.
Well,
The
I
best
like.
record ever. I don't know.
So, Rob, I got this.
show.
You also recommended this, and this is also a direct-to-disc jazz record, and it has a killer lineup on it.
Now that's a funny record though, because the one to get how many there are. That's Japanese. The direct-to-disc version is the Japanese one, right?
This is the Nautilus, which is the one you
Well,
want.
they distribute it. They distributed it.
Well, this is direct-to-disc, and inside it shows you all of the miking information. It's like, it's almost like a three-blind mice type thing, but this probably was like predated that.
No,
Anyway, the point is that when I saw that record was direct-to-disc and it was jazz, I was like, I want it because there aren't that many.
no,
It's really bad.
if you find this, you will not be disappointed.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to get it.
Excuse me, I had beans for dinner.
What's up, Mike? Notes and Tones, Mike. Welcome to the show.
Nothing much, just taking it easy,
Friday
Sounds
night.
good.
waiting for dinner.
What did you pick up anything this week?
Oh, what did I pick up? Yeah, I got two things in the mail from the same company. One of them you have, I think.
The Dorothy Ashby?
No. Who posted the Maya record?
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one.
And then I got this from that same label. It's actually easier to see this. This guy, David Murray. I saw him about a week ago at the Vanguard. And this is just solo saxophone. But it's two discs, 45 RPM. Yeah. And
Sound good?
sounds good. I listened to it once last night. I have to listen to it again, and then I'll form my opinion on the whole thing.
How big is the group on that?
It's just him. It's just solo saxophone.
Oh, okay.
Solo sax and bass clarinet. Yeah.
Is he playing under the bridge when they took that picture there?
Nah. It's a studio recording. Studio recording.
Is that a picture? Is that a picture of Indianapolis on the cover?
No, it's New York City.
Of course, I knew that.
And that's a JMI. Is
I
that
was
the
being
same
asked.
label?
Yeah, I had pre-ordered it like 2 weeks ago. They said, "Oh, this Sunday it's gonna be up for pre-order." So I was thinking it was gonna be months down the line.
Yeah.
And then like a week later, I get an email saying it's about to ship, and it arrived yesterday. Yeah.
This is another record from that label here. This is a Notes and Tones recommendation, and it was $20 on Dusty Groove.
Who's Maya? I don't know Maya.
They're a group out of, I don't even know where they're out of.
I mean, I know Maya Angelou, but
But it sound like it's a great sounding record, and it's basically like a quintet with
I
vibes.
want to say, is it Amsterdam?
Or no, I'm sorry, a quartet with vibes.
It might be. They might be from Amsterdam. That's where it was recorded.
Yeah.
And it's sort of that modern jazz quartet setup.
Yeah.
But I listened to it for a third time last night.
Yeah. I think side 2 gets a little more fiery, I think.
Yeah. But the
Like,
second
like
song was really good. And yeah, I was like, okay, I was impressed. And it's all analog. That label, everything they do is analog.
Wow.
And they list the equipment on the back, the tape, the machine, and everything. And it was like Mike said, it was $20 at Dusty Groove.
That's tough to beat.
And it's gatefold and everything,
And then
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's very well recorded.
Nice.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Did anybody get any of those new Bethlehem records? I know Rob got a couple of them.
I do. I get to show one.
I didn't. I haven't got my Candid records yet.
It's because you canceled them, man.
Oh, okay.
So everyone saw I got the East Coasting, the Mingus, and it sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
These are not on par with the Candids and the Blue Note classics, but again, somehow the record store I go to misprices these for. I got it for 20. It goes for like up to 30, but this is good.
That's a great record.
Here's the most impressive thing about it is that it's a polyline sleeve.
Nice.
Oh, they use the old Bethlehem label. That's different than the those other reissues by.
I'm based on East Coasting and this. They sound good. They're not super dirty because they have a polyline sleeve, and this is good. So
Nice.
for a cheap way to get this album, I would get it.
So who's in that Messengers group?
The best name ever in jazz. Who's the best name?
I don't know.
You want to make me big? God damn it!
We're big, man. We're discussing it now. It's the format. Can you not just read the
All right. Ooh, Bill Hardman trumpet, Johnny Griffin tenor.
Nice.
That's a good lineup.
Thank you, DeBrest.
That's the best name in jazz.
That's the best name in jazz. Sam Dockery. Nice.
And it has like one name people, like, right? No, it doesn't.
Donovan Cher.
Yeah. Shares on this. But I was wondering, hard drive, what did it mean back in the 50s?
It's a hard drive.
There's a lot of
Hard driving record.
Yeah, there was
Bob.
a Cecil Taylor record called like Hard Drive and Jazz, and there was a stereo copy that had a different name, but there was like a whole theme of like that.
What I think the next one they put 3 out is the Duke Ellington album too. I don't know that one. Does anyone know that one?
I don't have any Duke Bethlehem.
Duke Ellington presents.
Is
Is
it actually out?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
I think somebody asked about that actually. Let me see.
I'll buy it if I go back to that store and it's
Yeah.
$20. I'll go buy it.
Is it the one with the big D on the front?
It's his picture on it. It almost is similar to the direct to disc album I showed.
Josh
Okay.
loves the cover.
Hey guys, good evening.
Hey, Felipe.
Hey, Felipe.
Buddy.
I'm just gonna stop by momentarily. I have visitors at home. I'm gonna be coming back later.
Oh, Space Aliens?
And I have some cool stuff that came in today to show.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
Some really
Are
hot
you gonna
stuff.
do it now or later?
I'm gonna do it later. I'll
Okay,
come
cool.
back later.
Okay.
All right, man. Good to see you, buddy.
Someone mentioned one of the Third Men. This is the other one. Soul on Top. with Louis Bellson, Oliver Nelson. So it's kind of this orchestra with him doing this kind of soul shit. It's kind of cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
Different.
Sound, Mazzy.
What was the other one that came out on Verve by Request recently? With that,
Well,
one?
there was the Alice
Brown.
Coltrane.
Yeah,
Chicken
this is
fat.
the Verve You and Me, but it's a
Chicken fat.
This is really good. This is one that I pull for myself from that OJC collection.
Yeah, keep it. That's a good one.
Oh, totally keeping it. I mean, I guess I did. I must have knew in the back of my mind, but I forgot that he wrote Monin.
Yeah, that version of Moan, I listened to it like yesterday. It's just so different than
It is good.
than the one.
I've always loved That Dare. I've heard like years ago, Dizzy Gillespie do that tune. So I just
Oh yeah, but that version of Moan, the way that he solos on the piano, Golson and Lee Morgan really hit on a lot of like they definitely studied read his charts or whatever because like they definitely copy a lot of his solos, which is awesome.
All right,
Anyway.
people are getting restless. Hang on a second. So Dan's asking if anyone has heard of the Chicago International Anthem. Anybody know that?
Yeah, that's a good label.
What do you know?
Jeff Parker is a guy that's on there that I like. Who else is on there? The drummer.
Oh, here, look, we have a clue here.
Yeah. There you go. McCraven.
Nice. I'll check that out. I like some of the newer stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, but you know that Jessup Wagon record, I returned it because it was real staticky.
Yeah.
And then the owner had like 5 of them. He opened them all up and he said they all sound like shit. So
Yeah.
he must have just got a bad batch. So I'm gonna just buy it off of Bandcamp.
Oh, all right.
Isn't there, getting back to Bobby Timmons,
Mhm.
the one record it seems like people want of his is the Chung King one.
It's okay.
What people would that be, Rax?
When I see people talk about Bobby, like Bob
You
Bradley,
sound like you're talking like Trump. Like people tell me.
Listen, the Jews,
No, that's a
Mazzy.
good
Those
one.
people, the Jew people.
That's a good one. But the thing is, that opening track with like that, there's like
Let
a
my
hard,
people go.
there's like a hard China crash on the intro. To me, it just, I don't know. It's like,
Racist.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't do it for me.
That's fair.
But anyway,
I was gonna
know
make a
it's-
Wing Chung joke, then you ruined it, so never mind.
Oh no, do it, please.
I forgot it now.
Listen,
It's too late.
I'm a what you would call a. I like jokes about the band Wang Chung. Come
this
on,
is
do
a
it.
good Bobby Timmons record.
Everybody wait.
I was just gonna say wait. I was gonna do that, and Mazzy just.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So this one I've shown, probably 5 times before, but this is
Yeah,
Soul
No,
Time.
this is 6 times.
This is
And the reason why the lineup is all listed on here, but what's cool is it's not just a trio. He has Blue Mitchell playing trumpet over his trio. So
The lineup, I can't tell what the lineup is. Can you tell me?
so
I'm
and these
joking.
are
It's written all over the cover like multiple times.
they're mostly like all Bobby Timmons tunes. So anyway, it's a
Well,
great
that
one.
was it on night. Is that Riverside?
Yeah, it's Riverside.
Okay.
Let me show it here. Anyway, it's a good one.
Is that congruent with the version of the Messengers he was in? Because it's all Messenger people.
The years probably overlap pretty closely, I would think, if not like directly. But I mean, Art Blakey on this sounds very different than Jazz Messenger's Art Blakey. He's not like the thunderous Art Blakey. He actually plays really delicate. Like I wouldn't guess it's Art Blakey on this if I were just to blind listen. So
That Air from Blakey is amazing, and Morgan's solo is iconic. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, but a lot. If I don't know how much you have, Mike, but a lot of his stuff, like I've got that Horace Silver Blue Note reissue series twofer, and he played in a lot of trios where he was very trio playing. So
Yeah.
I would like to have that because I like Bobby Timmons, but most of the stuff I have
Not this one.
groups.
no, this was like mid 50s and stuff.
yeah, this would have been like maybe his 10-inch stuff, right?
Horace Silver, the original Jazz Messengers was Horace Silver, Art Blakey, Hank Mobley. Who else was in it? I have the Columbia record where they're all on.
Clifford Brown, he was in it for a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't actually. That's not a Messenger's official.
And
Messenger.
what's his face? Who you like, Mike? Benny Golson.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So like they all left, and Horace Silver started a version. I believe kind of like his quintet was sort of Jazz Messenger-ish, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Here's a good question from Loki. Has anybody heard of jazzy reissue label Sewing Records? He's trying to figure out if it's good or crap like last time.
I avoid them. I think they're like a gray market.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the chance.
No, I know. They are mafia, European, digitally sourced shit records. Don't buy it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Josh
Yeah, but they
D
were
wants to
popping
know
up a
what-
lot on Discogs.
Josh D wants to know what he should buy tonight. He doesn't want to make.
Go downtown and get a hooker because I swear
And
you
this.
need.
Josh,
There's a good one.
Josh, wait till tomorrow, and OJCs will be on sale, all in shrink, some sealed, all in shrink. 300 titles.
Mazzy, what other one? Are you keeping any other ones?
Oh, there's probably about 25 that I'm going to buy. I have to buy them. I don't get them free.
As an impartial observer, because I had a private conversation with Mazzy about how things would go, and there are about, I would say, 10 or 15 non-OJCs that you want to come to this auction to try and buy. I promise
We'll do those
you
in
will
the
not be
middle.
disappointed.
We're going to auction those. The rest are going to be buy batches. Everything from 2 records to 5. Like I'll do for instance, I have a group of 5 Miles, cooking, fucking, shitting, granting, those 5. Walking, working, twerking, whatever they're
Great
called.
records. Those are great records.
Yeah, they are. And there's some
My favorite was Holding.
There's some Golson. There's I mean, there's Cal Jader too, and there's Brubeck, and it's fantasy, Riverside,
Prestige.
There are a lot of titles that you don't think are issued by OJC.
I think
there's a lot.
There's either 2 or 3 Kenny Dorham, I think. Kenny Dorham, and there's a couple of Dolphys. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I did put one little batch of 3 or 4 records of quote Coltrane as a sideman, or they're not. He doesn't really.
Oh, that's cool.
So I know in a perfect world I should do just 1, but to send out all these records,
That's fair.
Cool.
So
here's an OJC that I just bought. You'll have this.
Yeah,
one?
I think that's in the collection.
I have a blue vinyl of that.
Yeah, this one's getting released. I mean, it's out there.
No, it's a blue cover, I think. No.
Yeah, this was pretty cool. I got this off Acoustic Sounds for like $20 or $22 or something.
I gotta think they're the same plating. I think that's like a Phil Delancey mastered.
It didn't say on the back anymore. It just says distributed by Fantasy on the bottom, but who knows?
Yeah.
It was OJC 11, so the originals of this are definitely.
There's about 5 or 6 Sonny Rollins. There's Way Out West, and there's
Are y'all familiar with this record at all? Though? Have you listened to it before?
I have
No, it's great.
I haven't, except I only opened one up that's sealed. The rest I played and auditioned. The ones that were open, they're all in shrink or sealed.
Cool.
Chris, isn't that like with MJQ on one side and a different group on the other side?
Yeah, so let me talk about it real quick. So the first side, I guess, is Sonny Rollins Quartet, which is him, Kenny Drew on piano, Percy Heath, Art Blakey, and then wait, did I miss one? Sonny Rollins, Kenny Drew, Percy Heath on bass. Sorry, I'm a little high. So Percy Heath was on the first side. And there's one song that's interesting. It's Sonny on sax, Miles Davis on piano.
Oh yeah, that's the last track, right?
Huh?
I think it's the last track on the record.
There's some cool soul jazz stuff that Fantasy and they put out. Like there's some great Eddie Lockjaw Davis stuff, which is really kind of cool stuff. I mean, it's not the standard. I mean, it's kind of soulful jazz in a way, bluesy. Really comes cool stuff. I listened to some of those. I loved them.
I can't wait to get that box that's coming out.
Was there any Phil Woods OJCs, Mazzy, in that collection?
Say that again.
Was there any Phil Woods stuff?
I think there's one.
Yeah.
You know what? I think there's
early Prestige that I want to get.
I think there might be 2 because I noticed that some of the ones that are part of the Analog Productions reissue of the Prestige.
I wasn't sure that. I didn't think you knew that much about Wood.
I do.
Yeah.
I have a boner right now, Mazzy. Can I show something interesting?
No, not after the Wood.
Listen. I don't think any of you would find my 12-inch long. Can I?
Yes, of course.
So I went into my local record store and I saw this record. Automatically, I think most of us here, and I know Chris, are after these cobblestones.
Yeah, for sure.
So I saw this, very interested in it, and I go, this looks familiar, this lineup. And I'm also, there's not a lot of Roy Brooks records, so when I see him on there, and I go, well, let me buy this. And I go, because I think they did 2 albums together. Then I get home, and I have this.
That's a Muse.
Same lineup.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So Muse decided that they're gonna just retitle this and put a different Lola Falana picture on there. I don't know who that is.
Is that Lola Falana? Or no?
This is the same record.
Which do they both sound really good? I bet they do.
This sounds really good. It's probably the same plating, but this is a white label promo of this one.
Nice.
So I'm gonna be selling this. I think Chris got dibs on this one.
You should draw on the cover of that one.
Don't draw on the cover, man. It's mint. It's my record. Come on, don't draw on the cover.
Here's what Mazzy will find interesting about this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this guy didn't do a lot. I think maybe he has less than a handful of records, and he's a singer and an organist. But usually when they do covers of popular tunes, it turns me off. He does a version of Wichita Lineman on here that is awesome, and he also does Here, There, and Everywhere on here, and it's really good.
Beatle Connection.
How's Pat Martino on that?
Really good. Very Grant Greenish, because Grant Green plays a lot with a lot of.
I've been getting.
Hey, you're interrupting me, by the way, man.
I'm intentionally interrupting you because I like Pat Martino's sort of Indian kumbaya namaste records. He did like 69, 70. They're great.
But it's sort of answering Mike's question. He's sort of the way Grant Green was when he played with a lot of organists. Okay. So he's very accompanying. He doesn't overtake it. This guy's voice is so good. I'm very surprised that he couldn't make a go of it as a leader.
Yeah.
But if you come across this album, I highly recommend it because my whole thing about when they did popular song covers is like elevator music. Not on this. This is a good album. So
that the Muse label, the guy that owned it, Joe Fields, they did that frequently, where they would change the title and change who you think would be the lead artist on an album was.
Yeah.
Pete LaRocca put out an album, I think it's called Electric Women at the Bath. I actually had it.
That's a hard one to get.
And it's really good.
Yeah.
What is it? What is the original one called?
I think the original's on Cobblestone, right, Mike? And then you put it out with the different cover.
Let me pull it. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll look it up too. But the original is very expensive.
Well, you probably shouldn't search "Electric Woman in a Bath" on Google with that specific.
That's radio. I do have a Monk and Coltrane, and I think there's 3 records. I think I put the Monk and Coltrane along with the Kenny Burrell and Coltrane and one other Coltrane. And is it
Coltrane and Charo? I think they did it.
Okay, I got the title wrong.
That's
it's
it.
I put it 3 in a batch. So
it's Turkish Women at the Bath.
And that's the original cover. So what label's that on?
No,
on Douglas.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
I know the Douglas label because Mike.
That was
they bought the rights. Joe Fields and Muse got the rights. Now
they put
Chick Corea plays piano on here.
Yeah.
They reissued it as a Chick Corea album called, I think, Bliss.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it. Hold on.
And Pete LaRocca, I know he ended up going to like NYU Law School. I don't know if he was a lawyer at the time. He basically brought suit against them. And they had to pull the Chick Corea album.
Oh wow.
And then I don't think they reissued it under Pete LaRocca's name for like years.
Yeah, so the original here is from '67. Here's the stereo.
How is that record?
Oh, it's great. John Gilmore's on saxophone from Sun Ra.
Pretty expensive.
Walter Booker on bass. It's a really good album. I had it on CD for years, and then I got this. Actually, my copy's a reissue, but it's really good.
So, Mike, the reason I know the Douglas is because from the Hobson collection, I got the Eric Dolphy twofer of the two of his albums. What are those two albums? And
Hey, bro.
Doug and Hobson's notes, he has high praise for the Douglas label. Those are good sounding records. Yeah.
So I want to talk about this real quick. So Roberto asked Chad to repress the Fantasy 45s, and you think you kind of pissed him off. Well, half the people on the stream are very familiar with pissing Chad off.
Yeah, all you have to do is breathe in Chad's direction, and you'll
I
piss him
said
off.
2.5 words to Chad, and I pissed him off.
Oh man!
Actually, I'm doing a video, my top 10 ways to piss Chad off. It'll be out next week.
That'll be the 11th way.
Hey, Brooks, is your device working? Can you come up or not?
Hey, Brooks.
Can you put a link just in case? I don't know if you can.
Yeah,
Is your device working?
So speaking of like Cobblestone and Muse, I have some 1970s records to show here. So this is Cobblestone, Richard Davis, The Philosophy of the Spiritual. This has 2 bass players on it, 2 double bass, and on the first song they bow in separate channels, and it's a really cool record. Definitely worth checking out. I need to spend more time with it, but this is a cool one, and it's on the Cobblestone label with Cobblestones. So that's a first press. I got this Muse. This is by the Visitors, and it's Earl and Carl Grubbs. And the Visitors didn't sell too well, so their records are pretty rare, but they're really good. I don't know why they didn't sell well. They're kind of like post bop, and I need to sit with this record a little bit more as well. This is a timeless record, Eastern Rebellion, with Cedar Walton, George Coleman, Sam Jones, and Billy Higgins. So I've been getting into this a little bit. It's on the Timeless label. But, I've been getting, so these are all 70s records. I showed this last time. This is the Ichiban. That's Timeless.
Hey, let people react, man. You're showing like 12 records at a time.
I already showed this, but this is Ichiban on Timeless. These Timeless records sound excellent.
I have an itchy bum right now. I need a pillow. Does anyone suggest something?
I will say, what's really cool?
Is that James Franco from Freaks and Geeks on that album?
I know this is lame, but this.
Hey, Mazzy, could you eat more food on camera, please?
These Cobblestone jackets are so nice. These are like really glossy and thick, and they're just really nice.
Wait, when was that? When did that come out? Because all the Cobblestones I have don't have that kind of.
Like it's tip on, like you could see. So I don't know. I forget the year.
What's the date of that record?
Let me see. Give me a second here.
Yeah, Loki and I sometimes agree.
Because I just showed this.
So this
isn't a glossy cover.
This one is 72. This is 1972. But yeah, it's like glossy, like dimpled glossy, just like an old balloon. It's really nice.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's tip on.
Yeah.
But mine's just been loved.
And the last 70s one was Tones and Notes and Tones recommendation. Dexter Gordon, and this is a Steeplechase released on Inner City in the U.S. with Barry Harris, Sam Jones, Al Foster, and Dexter Gordon.
Okay, can we pause for a second? Because I want to talk about Eastern Rebellion. You showed it. What do you think about that record?
Well, look, I listened to it once. I need to listen to it again. I really enjoy it. It's very like high energy, and it's, I don't know, for me, like in the 70s, I lose it because like it gets way too soul and bluesy for me. I'm like funk, and that's just not my thing. And I feel like this is more my speed for 70s. Like it's still like a continuation of like straight ahead post boppy like style. So
I don't like it.
So this is I don't
care, Rob.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
I'm not saying one or the other, but I'm saying this is my speed.
Jazz Shit Brooks says it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I trust him more than I trust all of you because I've known him for 48 years and he knows jazz.
Yeah, but you used to stare at him when he was sleeping, Mazzy.
So
No,
it's cool.
Hey, you know what? We'll stay on the subject. Here's my issue. I've listened to the album.
yes.
I wanted to like it because those timeless are good. It sounds way too polished. It sounds way, even though what year did it come out, Mike?
Eastern Rebellion came out in '76.
It sounds like it came out in the 80s. It just sounds too polished for me.
I
want to
think,
interrupt.
I think that's true.
More power. It's all great musicians.
But it's not as polished as like a CTI recording.
Not
but
at
it
all.
is. But it is more polished for sure.
It's
Here's
too
my
polished.
theory about that. I think that the artists are just so fucking good that they just sound perfect on these.
It's the
records.
recording
Well,
equipment, I think.
Like
They might be good at fucking, but on that album, it's too polished.
yeah. Eastern Rebellion 2 is amazing too. This is the same. Is this the same group? Or no? George Coleman's on the first one, right? And this one's got Bob Berg instead on sax, I believe.
I heard that the original title of that album was Eastern Rebellion 2, The Wrath of Khan.
That's fair.
Loki, I think the whole MSG conversation, I vaguely remember, but for my personal thing, I don't know the origin of it. I just know that all these restaurants that put MSG and all that, it's extra salt, and it gave everyone I knew headaches, and some people would get high strung. So all that monosodium glutamate and all that mixture of high salt content. That was my thing, at least in San Francisco.
It was
So
probably the Coke y'all were doing with the Chinese food.
You're right, yeah. Well, we were doing Coke, but at that point, no. Cocaine, no, we would do Coke going to the Italian restaurants, not the Chinese restaurants.
I feel like everyone's attacking me tonight. Now that Sean doesn't like Steely Dan, like, come on. This is too polished. It's good.
Can I choose some cheap heat?
Listen,
Well, hang on. I want to say one more thing about this record real quick.
I coined the phrase cheap heat, Chris.
No, you didn't. I did. There. So check this out. So this kind of speaks to my jazz journey a
I
little
don't
bit.
think I do. But
This is the way my record store used to label all the records. They would tell you what it was, what the condition was, and then put the price on it, right? Which is really cool. And they quit doing that. They just have too much volume, I guess, to personalize them. But this means that this record's been in my store for probably 6-7 years, and so I've been through every record in that store.
How much does that go for usually? Did you
I
get a
think
good
$20 is a fair price for this pressing. So, but the cool thing to me was that I've flipped through this record 5-6 times and didn't care anything about it. But then I got interested in Cedar Walton and I found it. So, I don't know. I might cry about it. It's so nostalgic. Can't stand Steely Dan, but you still like me. Well, thank you, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
All right, now that I've been vulnerable with everyone, what did you want to say, Rob?
Well, I was made fun of and maligned last week because I gave everyone a helpful hint.
Okay. That was a couple weeks ago, I think, but yes.
I gave everyone a helpful hint. So I bought this record here.
Okay.
It was in the dollar bin. J.R. Montrose, who I have his Blue Note, and I have that one that everyone else bought, the Xanadu of his album. You know that one?
Yep.
And there he's looking very 70s-ish. But look how clean and beautiful this album looks here.
Nice.
So this is how I bought it, with this written on it. And by the way, it doesn't have a warp in it. So I used the dry erase marker to remove it, and now it looks like it was never there.
I'm pretty sure you just drew warp on your phone, but okay.
Listen, I drew warp down here.
MSG is like coffee and wine. Every 5 years, doctors say a glass of wine is good for your heart, and a coffee is good for your heart. Every 5 years after that, they say don't drink any alcohol. Red wine is bad. Coffee is bad. It's like using Turgiclean in your degritter or in your humming guru.
Well,
it's good.
Actually,
it's bad. It's good. It's bad. And
Mazzy,
it depends. Everyone's different. Some people can tolerate MSG and salt, and some cannot.
Stop
Mazzy,
blaming
it's like
Chinese restaurants.
the US Association hires a company like me to do a survey, and then they come out with the results and to push the money. So
It's not just Chinese restaurants, but it got to be a thing in the 70s where it was in a lot of additives were in a lot of Chinese food. So like all these great Chinese restaurants would put in their window no MSG. They stopped using MSG in their preparation.
When did this stream become a food additive talk?
When we're listening to the
Yeah, that
Records, but nobody can hear him because he's muted.
now
is that Stan
go
Getz?
if you see that album, you buy it. It's showing.
Sorry, guys, I was muted.
I
But
can't
yeah,
see it. Can we see
it has a absolutely a terrible cover.
What is
But
It was awesome, man.
it?
Jared
Hold it
Montrose,
steady,
Tommy
hold it steady.
Flanagan, Jimmy Garrison, Pete LaRocca, and it's from
That album
1959.
is magic.
And Xanadu records sound excellent, just as good as Pablo. All like very well pressed.
Every time that I want Mike Notes and Tones Mike to set you all correct, he goes off the stream now. Like I feel like I'm getting.
Well, He's going to eliminate. He's going to his cupboard and getting rid of all the MSG he has there.
I'm actually eating, so I didn't want to see it.
Saying Xanadu wasn't known for great covers.
Can I show this because on Mike Notes and Tone, this to me is like the essential album he always says. So I saw this in the Dollar Bin. This Frank Morgan. I don't have any Frank Morgan, and this is really good live album. Look at that line up there.
Can't see it. Hang on.
Take it out of the plastic. We might be able to read it.
No, it's true.
Well,
Oh yeah, that's right, Rickard. I bought that one too a couple years ago.
yeah,
Frank Morgan?
this is a cheap heat. Got to get it.
Yeah,
All the Frank Morgan contemporary you can find really cheap, and they're all good. The last one he did for contemporary, the lineup was Joe Henderson, Bobby Hutchison, I think Mulgrew Miller, Ron Carter, Al Foster. It's called
Nice.
Reflections, and it's called the Frank Morgan All Stars Reflections. And then he did another one with the McCoy Tyner Trio on contemporary. That's really good also. And you can find them all. I mean, you shouldn't pay over 15 for them.
There's a late 80s contemporary called like something Bebop. It's like Bebop Live or something.
That one's called Bebop Lives. The one that you
What one
showed.
Rob just showed? Okay. Yeah, that's the one.
Someone just mentioned this album. Here's
That is so
the
good.
Joe Farrell album that's on yeah. Well, you know,
Someone
when you're listening to this, you can just when you listen to this, you can just picture Joe Farrell on a skateboard, you know, going on rails
Rob,
and stuff.
Someone mentioned it. His Brooks Frank, Jazz Shit Brooks, who knows more about jazz than you do. That's who someone is.
Listen, obviously, Jazz Shit Brooks can fight his own battles, Mazzy. He doesn't need you stepping in.
he needs you to help him technically so he can get his devices to work, though.
Yeah.
Listen, Jazz Shit Brooks, Mazzy used to stare at you when you slept, when you were roommates.
All right, Chris, what do you got?
Oh, I've got a Xanadu, so this one's pretty cool. Let me take it out of the cover, or out of the sleeve thing. Here.
I'll make it big.
Okay, thank you. So this is called "Not Flight to Dakar." It's recorded in Senegal, West Africa, which is cool. And it's got Al Cohn, Billy Mitchell, Dolo Coker, Leroy Vinegar, and Frank Butler.
Mm-hmm.
It actually sounds pretty good for being a live record recorded in Africa in the 70s.
Yeah.
It actually was the 80s.
Wow, that's very specific. How many other records are there like that?
There's another one of those, actually. That's pretty
Do you
good.
like this one, Mike?
Huh?
Have you heard this one? Do you like it?
Yeah, I have that and the companion or sequel to it.
Nice.
Which they're both very good. I can't remember which one is better than the other. One's slightly better than the other.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're really
Check
good.
out Al Cohn's pants, though, man. Check this out. Look what he's wearing. That's a cool Xanadu cover. Most of the Xanadu covers aren't great, but this one's
Yeah.
neat.
Hey,
The other one the cover isn't as cool. It's a black one. I have it sitting on the floor right now.
I'll keep your records on the floor, but I keep my records. Hey, Jonathan Peters, here's an interesting thing, because everyone seems to be canceling their Vinyl Me Please because all their upcoming releases are dog shit. But they sent me an email saying if I sign up, tiered, if I sign up for 3 months, they'll give me 20% off purchases. If I sign up for 6 months, 25, and then for a year, 30.
That's pretty good.
If I sign up for a year, the 30% off, you could buy one of those their box sets. But
Hey, Rob, if you don't call me for a year or text me for a year, I'll give you 10% off the OJCs.
Mazzy, I get the text from you. It's dark and I'm scared and I have to talk you down from the ledge. So
Here's that other Xanadu that was recorded in Senegal.
Can I see that?
Oh, that's a cool cover too.
Can you enlarge that?
Trying. Desperately trying. There we go.
Wow.
Nice.
Is that okay?
that
That's
picture is scary.
He also has, Rob, don't you have one where it's a silver cover?
Yeah, I'm actually bought again. I bought something I already had, and I'm giving it to Mike. I mean, Chris.
You can always swap your records, or you can also, I guess, get credit.
He has a couple silver covered. One's called California Forward, and the other one's called. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
This album's about. Before I moved here, this album's about me.
Yeah.
California Hard.
Nice.
But you know, our Pepper's on a few of the Xanadus. That's why
I got a couple Leroy Vinegar records available tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
If you like Leroy Vinegar. Hello, Jack.
What's up, Jack?
Hey,
Yeah.
Mazzy, I just missed you in Portland by about a day, I think. You were down there. I was down there on
I was
Monday.
there Tuesday, Wednesday, came back Thursday.
There were some great things in tomorrow's records.
Yeah, I got some good stuff there. I got some good stuff at Little Axe Records.
Didn't get there.
Yeah.
Little Axe looked like they had some good stuff on the wall.
Yeah. Little Axe is a good little shop. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they looked like they had some good stuff.
Portland's a good record town.
Yeah.
How was Too Many Records when you actually? I mean, I didn't watch the video, so I mean, how was the shop?
You know, I picked two things up there. I mean, they're still early. It's a very clean store, which I mean, that's not the best thing necessarily, but
Sure.
it's a comfortable store to hang out with. Everything over a certain price is cleaned with the ultrasonic, and they're all in the plastic Japanese wrappers, good or bad. You know, there's some cool stuff. I think there's room to grow. And the guy who was working, Matt, not the owner Matt, but the guy who worked there, turns out he's a classical bassist, and he and Michael, who I was with, is a classical oboist. So they were chatting. He was so nice. It was really nice. But I think it's certainly it's a good little store. It depends. There was other stuff I could have picked up, but that was my last store out of 5 stores in 2 days.
Did he have any good jazz?
Yes. Well, I didn't buy any jazz there. Nothing really super, super rare.
Yeah.
But, it reminds me, there's a store in San Francisco called Originals Vinyl, which is about the same size, or smaller actually, that has better jazz, but it's very small, very minimal like that store. So I think it's a pretty decent, we'll see where it goes, if he gets out and find collections, but it's a really comfortable store. There's a little lounge area. You can sit, go through your buys.
Now, when you sat down, Mazzy, did the guy come up and measure your foot size?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
So does anybody else think Vinyl Me Please's customer service sucks?
No.
No, I've had nothing but pleasant experiences with them. Like, I had ordered. Remember that Blossom Dearie record they put out?
Yeah, I got that.
So I had ordered it, and then I thought there was a defect in it, and it basically was my turntable was set up incorrectly.
Mm.
And
older with the white OB.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, and they basically told. So they said, okay, we'll send you out a new one. And I said, okay, I'll send this one back. They said, keep it. And so I have two of those Blossom Dearies that play perfectly.
I had to get 4 Lee Morgans when they put out that Lee Morgan record.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But they're putting that Blossom Dearie out as part of the Verve by Request series.
Josh, actually, when I was in Too Many Records, they were playing a Blossom Dearie album. Josh, I wanted those 2 records. They've been on my back list. So yeah, especially the DC, the Chocolate City album, but also Metal Machine Music. I like that record. I've been
Also, I thought I was listening to all the music that was playing in the shops we went to, Mazzy, and Little Axe was definitely playing like some 50s jazz. Yeah, they seemed like a great shop.
Rob, can you respond to this comment?
Maybe. Hey, one thing I wanted to say is I got a notice that the next 2 Verb by Request were supposed to come out, got delayed.
Yeah.
Because I had pre-ordered the Ahmad Jamal Awakening.
And Archie.
And yeah, the Ahmad Jamal, and then what's the other one? The Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa's delayed till May. Ahmad Jamal's delayed till April.
You know, I wouldn't mind that. Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah, delays are starting. I'm hearing there's a lot of press time.
Well, I kind of hope it happens again, honestly, because there's so much shit coming in. I can't keep up money wise. Like it's the stuff I want to get. It's a lot of money, man. You know.
Hey, I picked this up based on Jim, Record Collector News.
Okay.
He loves Zappa and the Mothers. He gave me the Mothers absolutely free, not for me. But he was playing this when we were driving to San Diego, and I like it a lot. And I went into Amoeba, and I found a $3 copy of it, and this is great. And I didn't realize how fusiony his stuff is.
Oh, he can be very, yeah.
Yeah, this is a great I would call this a true fusion record.
And you have a reservation.
Highly recommend it.
Loki, I rarely do this, but I did order the Kevin Gray record. It's on the way to me.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, I almost didn't.
Did you go with Mike?
I did one with Mike. I almost didn't because every time I've had, the last time that like 5 people in the vinyl community said, you got to get this jazz album. It's the best sounding record, the best sounding record, the best sounding record. It was the Impex 4 Blind Mice blow up.
Yeah.
You know? And I thought that was, and Mike, I can see Mike knows what I'm going to say here. I thought that was the boring. I said it's like a Holiday Inn at the airport jazz band musically. Now that's just me. It sounded great, but I didn't. And the music was boring.
No, it's me also.
I would say it does feel it's a little clinical.
Yeah.
I gave it away. I gave it to this. I gave it away free, and I paid what, $40, $45 for it.
Yeah, it's a little like sterile, but I feel like they're so after like the sonic quality and perfection that I think it almost like gets in their way maybe.
But I've heard the other records by them are better, but I think I'm fine. You know, there's other things.
I box that up. I like it. I think it's a good demo record.
So go, yeah, but demo for what? Listen to the music.
I don't know. It's if you want to like listen to how good your system is, which
no, you don't. You don't want to listen to your system. You want to listen to the music on your system, Mike. Wrong.
Well,
yeah, man.
Unless you have a stereo showroom in your house, Mike. When you renovated your bathroom, did you build a stereo showroom to have people off the street come in and test out gear?
Right, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm an asshole. I know. But I didn't. You know, it's like. So I hope this Kevin Gray musical thing is good. But I like him and I support him. I'm really curious because all the tube stuff and all that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, the pianist on there is really good. You know, I'm familiar with his work. He's on Blue Note actually, Gerald Clayton, and you know, he's a well-known pianist. So she's got, you know, at least one guy that I know that's really good playing with her.
Okay.
So you know,
if I'm
I'll
not,
probably wait till they repress to get it.
I'll have to have an auction and sell it off for $100 when it goes out of print. If I don't like it.
Because what did Mike say? How many there were that he's
1,200.
Yeah,
1,200.
Oh, is that? Oh, I didn't know. Okay, 1,200.
He said it will be. He said they're planning to repress it, but this first run's just 1,200.
It's $40, I think, which I thought it was fair for that.
Yeah, the pianist is Gerald Clayton. He actually plays with Charles Lloyd, so he's in Charles Lloyd's current group.
Nice. Mike, is he any relation to John Clayton, the bassist?
His son. his son. Yeah.
And I thought it was. You know, John and I, we went to we were in Indiana together.
Is that all right?
I can tell you some stories. What a great player.
Yeah.
What a great player.
Let me see. They're brothers, right? John and yeah. Because you know, I had first heard of them. They played with the drummer, Jeff. What's his name? I can't remember the name of the drummer they played with. And they put out some really good records on this label that's called Capri. It's really good.
Yeah. You know, I'll run in and get this Bill Evans, but you know, I went to Millennial. Is it Millennium? Mazzy?
Music Millennium.
Music Millennium, and they had some new things that I bought, but you know, I'm not a big CTI guy.
Oops. Good, Mike. Did.
But
that's my first big jazz album.
Yeah, you know, it's a good record. Stanley Eternity plays great on this, but this is the music on vinyl.
I love the opening track, the Lee Morgan track.
Number 711 out of 1500 on the pink vinyl, 180 gram RTI, that whole bit. 29.95, brand new, was sealed.
I love that record. I know it's a slick CTI, but that was my first. When I bought my first component system, that's one of the records they were playing in '72 in the store, and I went to Tower and bought it that day.
It's real slick, but
yeah, it's very slick.
Tarantine plays great on there. I mean, he really plays good on that.
I'm a vibe person. I like Milt Jackson on it, you know.
And Milt Jackson plays good too.
Yeah.
You know, the rhythm section is kind of CTI-ish. It's kind of.
That's Creed Taylor stuff. It's definitely
it is, but.
It snaps.
40 CTI record, so I'm cool with that.
Oh, sorry, cut. Mike, you have the Carter Jefferson. Who has the Carter Jefferson on Muse? One of you guys have Carter Jefferson on Muse?
Carter Jefferson. No, I don't think I have that.
Can I add something to what Jack just said?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have an OG of this.
It's a great record.
I went and picked up. This is the Pure Pleasure reissue, which adds an extra disc of stuff that I have the CD has. This thing blows away the OG. It sounds insanely good. So if you want to pick this up, go get this. I think it's not. They have to repress it, and it's $60, but they recreate the label. Chris has this.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Sounds really so good.
Mike hates it though because he's a bad person. So.
Well, Mike, Bill Evans.
I had an OG Van Gelder I gave to Felipe.
Yeah, I have the Van Golder. This one sounds so much better. I don't know what they did, who they.
Well, that's interesting. Mark knew Brian Blades is incredible. I'd be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it, and it sort of pisses me off. I pre-ordered it from Amazon, and you know they have it coming out, you know, in a couple of weeks. But then I get an email from Brian Blades saying that it's been released today.
Yeah,
and I'm like, shit, man. Because I have that's his label. That's his own label. It's called, I think it's Stoner Records or something like that. Stoner Hill or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it is he reissued some of the stuff from Blue or Verve. When he was on Verve, I guess he got the rights back. He reissued one of those albums. And then he put out a live performance from Blues Alley that was never released. And now he's doing this Bobby Hutcherson tribute, I guess you could say.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's a fantastic drummer.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
There's a classic series or 80 series of his that I've got that's really good.
Yeah, yep, that's really good.
So I looked up Carter Jefferson. He has one record as leader on Timeless Muse, The Rise of Atlantis.
Yeah, that's getting reissued soon.
Right. That's why, because I thought one of you guys had showed that before. I don't know why.
Yeah, I want that record for sure.
It's
expensive record.
Actually, I think I saw it on the Dusty Groove website for $29.
Nice.
It's music on vinyl.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll buy that for sure. Like, to me, they're as good as MoFi once we found they both basically do the same thing.
Right.
You know, it's fine.
Hey, a
Is
tip I
anybody-
always
Is
tell.
anybody familiar with this
Oh,
record?
hell yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's excellent.
Well, I must be on another planet sometimes because I never knew that was even out, and it was in Tomorrow's.
No, Jack, that was I
Crap.
think they issued it about 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was during the height of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And they put a few different versions out, didn't they?
No, there's maybe a 5-year-old version of a Friday night thing, and that's
Yeah,
a Saturday night.
this is
Oh,
the
yeah.
craft version, and again, it was sealed up in the Tomorrow's.
Yep.
Nice.
I think
And-
I think they recently repressed it.
Did they? It's a great
Yeah,
record.
'cause I've been
Yes, they
thinking
did
around.
repress it. Yeah.
It's the same group as was on You Must Believe in Spring. It's the same.
Yeah.
Well, that record is insane, though. Like sounding, right? You Must Believe in Spring. That was
It is.
not, both those records are equally great. I think. Like when
Hey,
Kraft does stuff, man, they seem to do a pretty good job most of the time. I just wish they put out more shit.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I always tell people to go to Amazon Warehouse to buy stuff if you don't care about jacket usually.
Mhm.
And I had this. I looked and picked this up.
Mhm.
Oh,
This
that's
is-
great. Yeah.
So the only thing was it has a seam split.
So does
That's
mine.
That's fine.
This is a double record set. It was $18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that recording.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I haven't heard it yet. I just got it.
Look at the players that are on there. They're, you know,
I know. All motion.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an album you put on in the background. It's totally chill, you know.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that?
I was surprised how good it was when I sampled it.
Yeah, they did a number of recordings. I think there's another one, and then that's really good. And then Joe Lovano and Hank Jones, I think they did. I don't know if it was duos, but I have it somewhere on CD. That they did a couple also that
cool.
are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they did
What's
a live one too.
What are those on? Is that like a steeplechase thing?
All Blue Note. All
Oh,
Blue Note.
okay.
Yeah, I mean Joe Lovano was on Blue Note. I mean, gosh, he probably did like 20
A lot.
albums on Blue Note. He
But
was
they
like,
were CD releases, right?
yeah, he was the guy on Blue Note during that period.
Nice.
The one that they should release is the one with I think it's called From the Heart. It's with Ed Blackwell, Michelle Petriani. I forget it. Maybe it's Dave Holland on bass.
Oh, okay.
That's probably the best one. That's probably the best one.
From the
don't know.
Soul? Is it From the Soul?
Yes, From the Soul. Yes.
All right, you have Michael Petratiani,
Yeah.
Dave Holland, and Ed Blackwell. And yeah, the reviews, the Penguin guy gave it a crown.
That is- It was off the charts. It's off the charts.
good to know.
I think that was. I might have been his second or first on Blue Note, and it's really good. That's a tone poet, in my opinion. That's a
That'd be
tone
really,
poet.
yeah, that'd be cool. I have a record that Mazzy should have, but he canceled his order. So this is one of the new candidates, Pee Wee Russell and Coleman Hawkins jazz reunion. Have you heard this one? Anybody heard this one yet?
Is that a Candide?
I listened to it once. I have to do a second listen.
They're not allowed in my house, apparently.
Well, it's Pure Pleasure put it out too.
I do have
But,
I do have a
apparently-
Candide. We insist.
After you listen to it, you automatically blurt out 23 Skidoo. It's kind of old schooly, right?
I haven't listened to it yet because I haven't cleaned it.
Did their
It
album
did
come out?
come in a paper sleeve, and the record's really dirty. So there's, Mazzy the man.
What you know? What
So my-
someone needs to make start a petition. What's that website where you start petitions?
OnlyFans?
Oh, no.
Only, but like, what's the deal with the paper sleeves? It's not that much more to do a
And I agree. I just don't want to have to clean up
Oh.
anything.
All right. Good segue. Hold on. Let me
Okay.
jump in there. I've been looking to show this one.
Okay.
is Carmel Jones on it?
It's Jimmy Heath with Carmel Jones.
Yeah.
This is Dorothy Ashby. This is the Real Gone Music. Just put this out, $20.
Nice.
It's a new jazz release, and I would say the pressing quality is the same as the Black Jazz series that they did. It's pressed at the same plant, I'm pretty sure, because it has what is it? It's
We press.
well made music stamped in the dead wax, and you can just see like the pressing ring looks identical. And it's a new jazz with it's a Dorothy Ashby. I don't need a lot of her stuff, but I'm happy to have a good
Show
sound.
that sleeve. Show the sleeve it comes
Oh, well,
in.
that's the reason why I showed it, is because for $20 they're putting it in a rice paper sleeve.
Yes.
And it's a really good sounding record. The vinyl sounds great. It's like a regular classic series, simple direct to board jacket, but
It's giving me a seizure as much as you're waving it around.
I know. Mazzy, can you teach Mike how to show an album?
Nancy, show a record, please.
Dizzy has a show of records.
Now, what you do is you aim it towards the light. You don't do this. You don't do this. You don't do like that.
Right.
Well, you're doing that.
Keep up with me.
You kind of like hold it, give it a beat. You don't do like that where the light is, reflection. You kind of tilt it to get the ambient light.
Kind of looks like Bobby Timmons is in love with
Like,
you, man.
the photographers in the group here will know, like, have a fill card. You don't want it right in there. You can kind of put it in the foreground and get in the back. You can do the old behind the shoulder thing. You could do the Maslowian flip.
Yeah. So that's
it just
patented.
Thank
Dizzy,
you, Mazzy. I'll work
thank
on it.
So Wax was talking about Amazon Warehouse. This is what I got from them. The cover is sort of jacked. I'm trying to do a Mazzy here.
Oh,
see, it's not easy.
it's not easy.
You got the big sun in the middle of it.
Well, my light is. Yeah.
How much did you save? How much did you save?
Actually, it was what? It was $15, and the vinyl is perfect. It's just not, and I'm sure the jacket was fine, but they didn't send it in a box. They sent it in their little plastic sleeve, so I'm sure that's how it got jacked up. But I mean,
is that a reissue or what?
Huh?
Is that like a new reissue?
No, this is actually. No, this isn't nope, it's not a reissue. Yes, it is. Actually, it is. Yes, it is. I remember now. I'm looking at the label. So, but the vinyl's fine. It plays really good. It's just I wish they would have put it in one of their boxes, and it would have been perfect. But it was cheap.
Yeah, that looks like a cool record.
Yeah.
All right, we have a question here. Chris, you wanna give this a read?
Yes, absolutely. Question for any representative for Blue Note: should one theoretically pay $200 for Soul Samba on Classic Records, or wait patiently for an official release?
Well, the Classic Records is an official release.
A reissue, right? If it's Blue Note,
what's the IQ Beck that's coming out as a classic?
listen, you're interrupting me. I'm trying to answer the question.
Heavy Soul.
Heavy Soul. Don't buy any Blue Notes for $200. They're all going to come out in the next 5 years as either a Tone Poet or a Classic series.
Unless you really, really, really have a record, don't pay anything.
So what you're saying is don't pay $200 for a Blue Note.
No, unless you're Felipe, then do that 4 times a week.
I mean, it depends how much you make for a living. If you're really well off and have $1 million or $2 million in the bank and you don't really care, sure.
Or
if you're Mazzy,
you could buy the shitty digitally sourced European ones that I see all the time.
Or just get the CD and wait patiently. That's what I do sometimes. You just listen.
And you never know, you might get lucky if you go to a shop. I've gotten lucky with like Quebec stuff.
Yeah.
So, speaking of CDs, so I had a bit of I was just thinking about this week. I don't play CDs, but I bought this record last week. I talked about it, I think. Let me see here. So this is Dexter Gordon and Montmartre and
is that a plastic over it?
Yeah, it's you're
violating the Mazzy rule.
The shrink wrap, man. Shrink, okay. I'm not taking the shrink off. But anyway,
Mike, I'm an asshole.
This actually, the first side of this sounds pretty good, and the second side just sounds okay. There's
Hmm.
two different nights.
Who's the band on it?
So that's the thing, right? The band is it's Dexter, of course, TT Montalou on piano, which I don't know who he is, but
He's good.
It's not a lot of stuff.
right?
Tintin's a good player.
Then you got NHOP on bass, like one of the best bass players of all time, and Alex Riel on drums, who's amazing too, right?
It's not,
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but
not
like
a bad group.
I only paid like $20 for this on Acoustic Sound site, but if you could get the CD for like 15 and you have a CD player, I would just get the CD. And I'm thinking about doing that. I've got a old Techniques 5 CD changer that was my dad's that I'm thinking about hooking up and maybe getting some CD stuff too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just like all that I Quebec, like I have all the stuff, all the I Quebec on CD. I have Heavy Soul on vinyl. I have something else on vinyl, and I'm just gonna wait it out.
Yeah,
The other
What was
releases.
the one Loki was looking to get? Was it Soul Samba?
Yeah.
Is that what he said? That is
Mike,
a really
the bottom line, Mike, is you got a lot of music to listen to while you're waiting.
Yeah.
absolutely.
You
Yeah.
get that, you play it once, you put it on your shelf maybe, and you play it twice or 3 times. So don't spend that much. That's what I would say.
There's
Especially
always
like,
something
like I said, like it's Blue Note, so you know they've got a reissue program. It's not like
Riverside.
yeah, exactly. It's not like something that's owned by Kraft, and where you know it's a crapshoot if it's ever gonna.
Mike, is that coming out in the Tone Poet, or is it just going to be reissued on their regular reissue series?
We don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just like
Oh
guessing.
wait,
Yeah.
there's one way to know if it's a Tone Poet. Was that issued by Music
Yeah.
Matter?
Yeah, so it's not. Yes.
It's not.
But it could be a classic. Which one
It'll be-
is it?
Yeah, it'll be classic.
Yeah.
Soul Samba.
So tell me, yeah.
Soul Samba
Yeah,
by
if Heavy Soul sells well, then they're going to keep putting Ike Quebec out, and they're probably going to do it anyway.
Well, I mean, Blue Note is reissuing like 48 records a year.
Yeah.
Like there's 4 a month, man. Like they're reissuing a shit ton of records, and I'm buying almost every single one of them. Like I don't even buy like 70s shit anymore.
The Herbie Hancock Empyrean Isles went up for pre-order today.
Pre-order. I mean, I've never heard that. I'm so excited to get that record.
I'll tell you one thing. I have a 75 of it, and it sounds really good.
Yeah.
Of the Imperial Isles.
Shout out
So,
to Chandler for
because
the
those 75s are hit and miss. But here's a funny thing. They're still pressing those 75s, by the way.
What? Are they really?
No, they're
Yeah.
not.
No, yes, they are, because they've dropped a bunch of them. They dropped the album you want, Mazzy, the Bobby Hutcherson.
Yeah, I don't think they press anymore because they wouldn't waste their time for that. They probably found more, but I don't think.
Well, I don't know. Every store I'm going into has brand new copies.
The 175th I would get is that Bobby Hutcherson. I don't know why.
I'm waiting on that.
They're also I think I may be wrong on this, but I think there were like 2. You know, they're with the 75th, because I used to see these and when I would go on the stores, I guess they did some at United, and then they did others in Europe, because I used to see some ones with stickers that said, I don't know,
pressed in Germany,
or maybe it was Netherlands or Germany. I don't know.
Did they remaster
But I would
any
see
of
some of those,
They
so
just
I, you know,
repressed the original.
This is the 175th I kept.
Yeah. What now, Mike? What do you got?
It's just this Blowing the Blues Away Horror Silver. I picked this up. I think I offered somebody like $12 for it, and I think this is 75th. I think this one sounds pretty good. So
No, that's a good point, though. I mean, $12. Like, I would say that maybe not now, but like in years to come, if people wanted to buy cheap records, Blue Note records, those 75ths will be around that they pressed and for sale for.
Some of them are expensive now.
Well,
I think again, they won't be though, right? Like
I have the Curtis Fuller 75th. I have sealed. That goes for some
the
money.
opener
that goes for some money. I have that. I have my Lee Morgan search for New Land. Because I found an OG, a 73 pressing.
Yeah,
and I'm selling that. So I'm probably doing an auction next weekend. So people have I'm mostly going to just sell jazz. So
You know,
Rob's just gonna truck
I
a
tell you,
record.
the OG Blue Notes. I mean, I guess it's cool to have them, and it's
Very
it's nice to handle them and
Mhm.
think about things. But man, the reissues just sound so much better.
Well, it depends, Jack, because I have several that seems like Van Gelder mastered them a little hot, so they're very punchy.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure there are a few. Yeah.
and there's some that again they hold up really well when they're clean. They sound really good.
Yeah,
But
no
I mean,
doubt.
I don't doubt it. Why pay $100 or even more
Right.
when the reissue comes out and it sounds good? Like I have a Adam's apple, a blue a black bee blue label that I'm selling, but I could have kept that but the classic one sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
That's like all of them because they sound good enough that I'll never be tempted to really buy another copy. I don't think.
But like Bluesnick is coming out next month.
Yep.
And, that's one of my favorite Jack and McLean recordings. And I just wasn't gonna. I couldn't find a clean copy, or it was too expensive. So I bought this CD a couple of years ago. Now, all right, guess who did this? Who produced this CD?
Kuskuna.
Joe Harley.
Oh wow!
Mastered by Alan Yoshida, but Joe Harvey supervised this specific CD program.
Is that an essay? That's an essay CD?
No. It's not.
Is it a Japanese CD, Mike?
No. It's that XR CD process that JVC
it's real good.
Implemented.
Real good.
They had a whole program. I think they're getting rid of the last few of these. And Joe Hartley supervised them all. Like I have Soul Station on that.
Oh wow, that's right.
While I was, this is before Tone Poet.
Right.
And I was like, okay, I can't
Is
find.
Is that a cardboard?
Yeah. And it has, look, this is what I mean. It has
it's got a book in it. Holy shit!
Got photos.
That's great.
Yeah. It was a really great read. It has the original liner notes and everything.
How much were they a piece?
They couldn't have been. Had to be in the 20s. I can't even remember. It was so. But I know they have on one of the websites they said maybe it was exclusive disc. They said they have the last few of these and they're going out of print. But they were, I was like, okay. I'm not gonna find a Soul Station immediately that sounds really good that I can afford. I'll hold on to the CD until they do it.
Yeah.
Did he send 20 of those? I guess there's a series of 20 of those CDs. He's got them all. That's cool.
Yeah.
I have a question for the group here.
Okay.
Someone posted a picture of the cover of the Jackie McLean Tone Poet coming out, the Demon's Dance.
Yes.
I never saw the cover.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the cover of the album.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, are they going to issue it with that cover?
Of course they are. Why wouldn't they?
Well, because I know you
I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that part.
Yeah, I know you like women with what is that, 10 breasts? But
no, that's like surrealism. That's more art.
Do you think Spanky DeBreast would like that record cover?
Well, it said it was dedicated to Spanky's memory.
Her cup runneth over.
Yeah.
It said it was dedicated to Spanky's memory, by the way.
Oh, nice. Did he say those CDs came out after Music Matters? That's interesting.
Yeah, but before Tone Poet.
Yeah, well, when was he hired by Blue Note?
I don't know.
Well, he was consulting before he was hired on for the Tone Poet stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got some Blue Notes I can show.
Well, I have a question for Mike related to those CDs. Some people say the best sounding CDs, the Blue Notes, were those 90s Van Gelder issue CDs. Do you have any of those?
I disagree.
No, I think those are terrible.
I think those. It's just a mixed bag. I think, and I don't know. Then I'm talking to some of my friends, and we're all same group of people. But I think Van Gelder had hearing problems because some of those remasters are just like, they're just really so bright, so harsh. And then the other ones will be like, they're fine.
I heard that the first ones, I think, I forget. I looked up the history of those before, and they were saying like the earlier ones I think sound worse than the later ones because I guess he adjusted and he wanted to put out like the mono, like I guess the original sounding, but I think they wanted to do like a fake. Did they do fake stereo for the mono releases on that?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
But I think they were trying to. I don't know, but yeah.
Because I have originally he did them for the what became the RGV series. They were CDs that they did for the Japanese market. Because I have some Japanese Blue Notes that were remastered by Van Gelder, and they sound exactly like maybe the early RVGs. They're a little harsh. And, at first I thought, okay, because my speaker system at the time was B&Ws. I was like, okay, it's the B&Ws because everybody says they're bright and everything. Then I got another pair of speakers and I was like, no, it's the remastering. And, it's like, dude can't remaster his own recordings or something now.
Well, he always said he liked digital better than analog too.
Yeah, he got on digital as soon as it started.
Yeah, I didn't like them. Now, Blue Note did another series also called the Connoisseur series. Those CDs
and vinyl
uniformly better than the Van Gelder RVGs to me.
Well, I have the Connoisseur. A lot of those. While Wally Troggett did the vinyls.
Oops, sorry.
Oh,
yeah, I have a bunch of those.
Yeah. And those, I think some of the I Quebec was on
Good job, Mike. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're an expert now.
No, you failed miserably, Mike, because you left it in the plastic sleeve.
That's true.
Oh, damn it.
It's first step, man. The first step.
It's
But
the 10 step.
Yeah.
But those, from what I understand, they're not. The albums are digital too. The vinyls are digital.
No, this is all analog.
You sure?
So the hype sticker on this says mastered from the original analog source.
Yeah, that's
Who didn't know that? I mean, who gives a shit? Yeah.
Dubious.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it sounds excellent.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
I got. Did anybody else get the Tone Poet? I haven't listened to it yet. I just got.
Yes, I love it. I have to say, I was gonna post something. Joe Hawley's right. The album is better than the CD.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all the mastering. It's all the mastering because Greg Calbreri or whatever his name, did the mastering for the CD, and you get more of Al Foster and the cymbal work on the vinyl. It's like it's there.
Correct.
Whereas on the CD, it's not as all the musicians are more in the forefront on the CD on the vinyl than they are the CD.
Nice.
And that it's just mastering, the mastering choices that Kevin Gray made over the Greg Calabria or whatever. I can't remember his last name.
I see his name on a lot of.
Yeah. I was because I've listened to the vinyl. I want to say 3 times now. I got it. Yeah, it's very good. Very good.
Awesome.
And and a lot of people, like I had said this before, sort of like, oh, that's they look at it as it's a super group. It's not. I mean, it's a group of superb musicians, but they play with each other. Lovano was in Schofield's group. Al Foster was in Lovano's group, and Al Foster, Holland, and I'm missing someone else. And who else? Maybe it's Schofield. They played on that Joe Henderson, the tribute to Miles. So
Right.
they were all familiar with each other. It wasn't like somebody just like, we hadn't played in 30 years, and just let's get the band back together. They were intimately familiar with each other.
Yeah, but I mean, it's jazz. Like all the jazz players play with each other and just
Exactly.
record shit. Like,
Yeah,
it's just like every other jazz record that's ever been made.
And then they may have worked together, in some clubs before they recorded too. And
yeah, I'm sure they did. Because at that time, Al Foster was he was working with everybody. If he wasn't doing stuff with Lovano, he was doing stuff with Sonny Rollins.
How did Lovano play so nice? Was just like he and Schofield together just really worked well together.
He plays really good with guitars.
Yeah,
if
he does.
you listen to the Lovano with Paul Motion's groups, with Bill Frisell, it's amazing. It's amazing. They did Motion did a series of standard recordings called On Broadway, and a couple of them are available on vinyl with Frisell, Joe Lovano, and it's just really, really just some beautiful music.
Nice. What do you got there, man?
This is a soul funky record. That's again from that collection that I'm keeping this. I just love this.
It's awesome.
That's your record. I have that record.
Yeah, it's not a pure jazz record. It's 1965.
Mm-hmm.
Really good. And this is one I like. I used to see this guy a couple times, 3 times in San Francisco, because he played a club called the El Matador, and of course it's Cal Jader. I love Cal. It's fun, like kind of Cuban jazz, soulful vibraphone stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm keeping this one. There's like 4 other Cal Jader records or 5. They're fun records. They're actually really good records. He was on Fantasy Records.
I've got a couple of his on Fantasy, and then I've got 4 or 5 on Verve. I love Cal Jader.
And when back in the early 60s or mid 60s, Fantasy actually did put some red vinyl out. So some of their OJCs they'd put out on red vinyl.
Yeah, it's hot, man. That's cool. I like that.
So this is like an 83 or 84.
I have an
87.
right here.
Very cool.
So
that's nice.
Where's my original? I have an original laying around here. I found at a thrift store.
It's braggy. Is it like Sesame Street on ice?
What color is the vinyl?
It's black, but it's all scratched up. It's pretty G.
Yeah.
I've heard Eddie Palmieri with Cal Jader. I've heard a lot of Cal Jader. A lot of Eddie Palmieri also.
Well, he was from out there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to go see a lot of that stuff at Caesars, this club out on Outer Mission. A lot of Latin music, a lot of Cuban music. It was a great club. Tito Puente, Sheila E. Coke Escovedo, and
That's awesome, man. I would love to see stuff like that. I don't know.
I actually worked one night in and Eddie Palmieri was in this. It was about a 9-piece Dominican band. Mike, you'll love this. So when we would get done playing, if we were working in the city, we'd get done like 10, 11 at night. And we had some friends that would hire us to play the horn parts in this Dominican club up in Washington Heights. And you walk in this door, there's nothing on the door, and you walk about 50 steps into this basement. And it's like Las Vegas down there. They had the lights on the ceiling, and people dressed up. And we went from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. And I didn't know till 2 o'clock that Palmieri was playing in the band.
Wow.
What a player.
My coworker, her dad was Eddie Palmieri's attorney.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What a player.
I've never heard of him. I don't know anything. I feel like an idiot.
Eddie has a brother, Eddie and Charlie Palmieri.
It wasn't Melvin Belli, was it?
No.
Here's one I picked up this week.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Well,
like
you're the Cal Jader kick.
not me.
I like Cal
It's
Jader.
Me too, man.
It's a verb with Van Gelder and the
I
Deadwire.
mean, there's some stuff Fantasy put out that's kind of easy, but beautiful. You know, what's really that didn't surprise me. It's really good that in this collection, and the ones that are open I listen to is the Riverside, the guitar player,
Wes
Wes
Montgomery.
Wes Montgomery. You know, before the slick CTI, before the other stuff,
They're all
really
good.
great stuff. And the Montgomery brothers,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's like the one with the black cover. That's the one I
those are
want.
killer. There's like 4 or 5 Cal Jader albums. There's 2 Montgomery brothers. There's the group that the Montgomery brothers put their records out under, that name. Bizarre stuff, but really cool stuff.
They did a record with George Shearing called.
I've got that record. That's a good record.
I have it in a twofer.
You know, I have to tell you, I actually mentioned on the latest video that I posted today. Plug. I don't think Montgomery ever made a bad record. I mean, even the CPI stuff, what it is,
I love
man.
the CPI stuff, man. Amazing.
It's beautiful stuff. They added the strings, the lushness, but that's just it was the time.
Yeah.
Hey, I found 2 old Vinyl Me Please jazz records.
Yeah.
I found this one.
Were they in your basement?
Listen, man, I don't need your sass.
He's got dead people in his basement.
Look, I have one kidney, Mazzy. I'm just collecting them for future use. So I don't know if anyone has this one.
Nope. That looks cool. Soul Sugar.
Isn't McGriff the dog who wears a raincoat?
Look, we don't need your old for the card game at the old folks home.
No, it's McGruff, man.
I always get those two.
And then what's his face from Sports Center used to call Fred McGriff the crime
Oh,
dog.
that's right. Yeah.
Wasn't McGruff like he was like the narc dog, right? Like the cop
Crime dog.
Narc.
The crime dog.
So-
Yeah.
So this is a very unusual one.
That's an okay record. I remember selling that record.
No, hold on. This is a Vinyl Me Please reissue that is on 45 that Kevin Gray mastered.
Ooh.
Now I have the Johnny Griffin one that he did. That's awesome. This is not for me. I'm going to be selling this. But they didn't do too many in this, It sounds really good. It's on 45 and look at this vinyl.
Do you have the
Crazy.
Merv Griffin one?
I'm gonna Merv Griffin you tomorrow. It's gonna be funny when records sell but look at that. That's pretty good.
That is beautiful.
It sounds like shit though, or no? It sounds
No, it sounds good. It's
Just
I am
musically?
not a big fan of Donald Byrd's funky 70s thing.
They were trying to
Yeah, I don't like hearing kind of jazz and then people go, oh, grooving. Yeah, I'm not a.
that tone poet that's coming this year, the Donald Byrd. What's it called?
Oh, the one that's coming out right now. It's the live one, right?
No. It's later in the year. It's on that tone poet list. It's a great record. It's a great record. They start out with a really kind of funky blues. And about 3/4 of the way, Bird actually does a little bit of talking for about 8 bars. That's very cool. It's a very good record. But I agree with you, Ron. They tried to rebrand him, and he was too good a player.
Those were probably really good selling records for Blue Note.
They were
Slow drag. Is that slow drag, Jack?
Slow drain. Yeah.
Because Donald Byrd and the Blackbirds, they were huge selling records. I remember, like the older guys in my neighborhood. That's what they listened to. Donald Byrd and the Blackbirds.
Is that the one with the red? It has the red outline on the cover. One of them.
Yeah. Some of that stuff's badass though. That record's Ethiopian Nights, I think, is an amazing record.
Hey,
I remember the biggest selling record I remember, jazz record, in fact, the big crossover one was Warner Brothers, George Benson, This Masquerade.
Yeah.
That record, when he started singing more, I know he sang a little bit on the Abbey Road record, but on that record, oh my God, that was huge.
Yeah,
Well,
I want
And
to.
the thing is, George Benson could play. Man,
Yeah.
he played.
Oh yeah.
Sure. I got a bunch of George Benson records.
I wanted to go back. This is a record that Chris has shown and I've shown before, but I think it's worth mentioning just because this lineup.
Awesome.
We were just talking about Wes Montgomery on Riverside.
Yeah.
That's available at at Dizzy's record sale tomorrow.
Yes.
Get the OJC. Get the OJC. So it's Nat Adderley on cornet, Wes Montgomery guitar, Bobby Timmons piano, Percy Heath, and Jim and Sam Jones on bass, right? Because I think Lewis Hayes is the drummer on this.
Yeah. So
It's
is
so
this a Jazz Bums Mike recommend?
Yeah, the title track works.
That means I can add another 0 to the price.
Yeah.
Well, you should because it's. I feel like the title track alone is worth getting. Like
Mike,
that's
you know
saying
what's unique about that group?
shockingly good. Go stream the title song and then go bid on Mazzy's record.
It's a
I
great
think
record.
there's two records in that
family,
bundle.
the Heaths,
And
the
Wes
Joneses,
Montgomery is sideman.
the Heaths, Joneses, and Adderleys all lived within about a 3-block area in Teaneck, New Jersey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they trade off bass. So him and Sam Jones trade off bass on a couple tracks.
Yeah,
Well, I have the twofer with that. I have a Nat Adderley twofer.
there's a two Nat Adderley bundle. So
You have this one too, right, Mazzy?
yes,
I would be interested in
There's
that.
a Kenny Dorham bundle too.
Yeah, this is OGC. It sounds beautiful.
I think some of your bundles are gonna end up costing like $120.
No, well, I think so far there's only like 3 that are high, like because there's like 5 records, Miles and Coltrane, but most of them are 2 or 3, under 100, under 70, under 60.
Yeah,
depends.
That makes sense.
There's a great record with Nat on Riverside called Nat Adderley Meets the Sax Section, and I think Jimmy Heath's in it, Yusef Lateef's in it.
Yeah, I think there's like 4 teams.
It's a great record, and you know this record that Cannonball was in under Nat's name. Cannonball stayed out of the loop. He wanted Nat to have the light shown on him in those recordings. So Cannonball kind of took a back seat. He played a little bit, but that's a great.
I think even on Cannonball's records, he holds his own. I mean,
yeah,
no doubt. He's a great player.
Yeah, underrated player.
Yep,
sure. Here's an interesting question, everyone. Jazzbell Mike, do you want to address this question?
Okay. Sometimes I feel like I'm lost in the jazz sound and find it overwhelming. Any advice on how to get back on track?
If you got about $1,000, you can do a big portion of the OJC sale.
Take it out on the highway, add 40 lube oil, and
what I would
go
say,
30 miles.
I have a serious answer.
Listen to stuff on YouTube. I mean, yeah.
I would say one way to kind of focus is to focus on one of the instruments. And I feel like one of the more challenging ones to just listen for is the bass. And if you just like listen intentionally just to hear what the bass line is, that's kind of a fun way to listen to a song. And then, you know, you could change it up. You don't have to listen to the bass the whole song, but like just picking out one instrument and just trying to hear it and see what that person's doing. It's, you know, that's a good way to approach it.
Well, how about this? Start with trios. That way there's 3 instruments.
That's a good idea.
And a really good like that, but Bill Evans was my entry in. You got 3 instruments. Oftentimes he lets the bass break out and you hear the plucking of the strings. I think listening for the musicianship really helps you get into.
So do you think you should start without the horns, just with like bass drums and piano?
No, perfect. Or like there are good like a really good ECM record is Dave Holland. Is it Emerald something where he's only playing the bass on the album? That's it. There's several albums.
That might be too minimum for some people though.
Well, okay. So there's but
another good entry point for that for me would be some of the Oscar Peterson stuff, even like on the Pablo stuff, right? Where you know another trio that he does that's really interesting is when it's just him on piano, guitar, and bass, right? like him and Joe Pass and NHOP, the records those guys did together are fucking awesome.
I
And
think
and start with
I just say that.
Ross on Kirk. At least when he has 3 reed instruments in his mouth.
Jack.
I tell you, there's so many different kinds or different styles. I think maybe it would be good to find what one likes to listen to and grow out of it. And you don't want to get, if you're not into Andrew Hill, man, stay away from it. If you're into whatever, I mean, just don't try to listen to too many different kind of styles and too many things at once.
I
Find
think
what you like.
piano's easiest to start with, don't you think? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, I would say
I'd say start with you can start with a piano, piano. But I would also, you can focus on duos too. But I'd also just go to the standards and see how each different musicians handle the standards.
Oh yeah, like Coltrane ballads or something.
Yeah, you see how you listen to Coltrane perform a standard as opposed to another saxophone player. You get.
I would recommend for someone who's starting out. I think these are quintet records, but these shitting, fucking, pissing, steaming records. These are good. I mean,
Those are going to be available in the OJC sale tomorrow at noon. There's 5 of them.
steaming.
Working, hooking, slutting, relaxing, chilling.
Now your working has a blue cover.
Yes.
Yeah, this one has a weird like reissue on the blue label. I don't know why they did that, but it's kind of cool
too, just to have it now.
And Nicole's right. If you have jazz, but a lot of people don't have jazz where they live, Nicole.
No,
You're fortunate enough where you live.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of people don't have what we call jazz headliners, but they're jazz. There are local jazz musicians that have decided to stay in their communities and teach or whatever. You seek those guys out. And they're performing. I guarantee you, they're performing and they're performing frequently. And that's actually that's a fabulous way.
Yeah, I agree.
Sounds good.
Yep. All right, I'm going to show one more record and get out of here. I have more to show, but I'm going to save it for next time.
Yeah.
What do you mean, man? You've only been on the show for less than 2 hours. This is like
you're not putting in your time.
Yeah,
you're gonna lose your jazz bum thing.
All right, hold on. So this is a cool one because, all right, so this is a Prestige.
Oh, I thought that was a Carmel Jones record.
No, it's a Prestige, but Work Time was one of the early Prestige records. It's like $100-$200 record. This was reissued in like 64 or something like that. And it's RVG stamped. It's a mono copy. They probably use the same exact stampers, different cover. It does have the same title. And I got this for $22. And it's RVG and it sounds incredible. And you want to avoid the stereo because the stereo is easier to get, but it's also the electronically rechanneled. So you want to make sure it's a mono. And it has Van Gelder and the Dead Wax. So for $20, $22, got like a very expensive record. So Prestige is really known to do this, where they will take a record that was previously issued and then reissue it with a different title and cover. And if you look, it's the same record, and you can get a really good sounding one for cheap. So I'm going through the Prestige catalog and trying to pick out a few of these ones. And this one is, I feel like, just as good as Saxophone Colossus, honestly. Like, this is a great, I mean, it's got Sonny Rollins, Ray Bryant, George Marrow, and Max Roach. I thought this was kind of cheesy at first because the first song is There's No Business Like Show Business. Yeah. But it's just like, when Coltrane does like My Favorite Things, like, just get over it because like it's just a kid, like they just kill it.
Except when Ethel Merman comes in halfway through it.
And
no business.
But it's good. It's really good. And
Go at Merman.
$22. Come on.
I'll give you 23.
You want to come say hi to Mike Baggy before he leaves us?
Hi, Baggy.
Which Mike?
I don't know.
So anyway, so you guys have anything in the mail? Maz, you mentioned the Kevin Gray record. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and I'm supposed to get my mail. It's late. The guy's late, but I did order the. I don't belong to VMP, but I occasionally order there, and I ended up buying the mono Blonde on Blonde because my favorite Dylan album. I have the mono box. I don't need it. It's one of those I don't need it. I shouldn't get it, but it's my favorite Dylan album, and I'm very curious. The cover's nice, so that's supposed to be out for delivery. But for some reason, I think my mailman carried and they stole the record or something.
Yeah, Hey, I have a question because I ordered from England. What's the longest people have waited to get a package from England? Because they didn't provide tracking. So
2 months.
Speaking of that, Royal Mail got hacked, and there was, and they said that there was a delay in the whole the shipping.
It's since the Prince Charles book or the Prince.
So it's not a delay in the mail. Seriously,
I've been ordering these from.
That's what I had heard because I'm waiting for another one of those Woody Shaw live recordings, posthumously released live recordings.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that Roy Brooks Record Store Day record, the 3 LP.
Yeah, early last week.
I've been ordering from the UK Beatles, and Rob, it can be anywhere from for me, it's been like 3 to 4 weeks for these.
Yeah, but they know you. Your picture's like on the wall there.
Well,
See, Mark says in the chat that no packages are leaving England now for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Oh, well, mine was sent on the 10th. When did they say that last month? Let us know in the chat below.
Yeah, those Beatles ones, like I've just known just to order them, and they'll show up at some point, but they're not going to be quick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I ordered.
Yeah, Royal Mail's been on strike, and they were on strike before Christmas.
Hey, here's another thing. I ordered a record. The record store I ordered from a record store in Puerto Rico. I ordered 4 records, and 3 of them they didn't have, and they were so nice. They refunded my money and sent me one of the records. Very nice of them. It was Art Pepper, or the Surf Ride.
Mm-hmm.
That's one I wanted.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here.
Nice chat. I'm taking my wife out to dinner. Mike from Connecticut. Watch your mail next week.
All right, looking forward to it, Jack. Thank you so much.
All right,
I might. Enjoy those Beatles records. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had recently picked this Sonny Rollins up, and I had years ago. It's solo. He was performing at the Metropolitan Museum there, Garden there, and I had this on tape like years ago, and it was crucified by the critics when it came out. But I love it. But it's Sonny Rollins at his best. He's like quoting all these show tunes and everything, and it's solo. It's just him. And it's just a fun album to me. I found it on vinyl.
I'll tell you something. One of the best sounding records I have is this record. If I can find it, I'll show it to you.
That was very dramatic, Rob.
What did you say?
So that was very dramatic. One of the best sounding records.
Listen, I'm trying to talk like Chad did about that stupid Duke Ellington record.
Yeah, that's fair.
Here. It's going to be here.
God, would you wrapped in plastic?
Yeah, dude, calm down.
It's like my grandma's couch.
It's probably the last one I'm going to pick up, damn it.
Apparently so.
Is
there a bunch of Sonny Rollins records from any time periods that are not worth getting?
His 70 output, he seemed like he put out a lot of subpar shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of those... make me big, please. There, thank you. This 70s reissue series. So the two, I have a 80s digital of the 2 Vanguard sessions. This is even more stuff, but this one sounds amazing. It sounds like my setup, which is I have a really good turntable, but very basic. It sounds like Sonny's here in my room playing.
Yeah,
he's hiding in the closet right now.
That's right.
He's doing your laundry.
And look at the lineup. The
Yeah, he's
lineup.
pissed.
Yeah, I'm almost sure when they reissued the CDs of that, maybe they're RVG, that they actually included the rest of what Rob is showing on those CDs.
Yeah, this is 2 extra records of stuff, but this thing sounds killer.
That's awesome.
There's a one thing, and this is sort of esoteric, but the whole Sonny Rollins box set. One thing, and I'm tired of all these record companies, and it's Blue Note too. Stop having this guy Ashley. Yeah, stop having him write the freaking liner notes. Get somebody else.
Yeah.
I'm just tired. I'm sorry. For Kind of Blue, I said, he wrote the Kind of Blue book. And, he wrote, but he's not the authority on Coltrane. I mean, they're just, I don't know. I just want somebody different. I want a different voice.
All right, we're starting several petitions tonight.
Yeah. Every reissue, Ashley Kahn. I'm like, dude, no.
That's
And like the guy that wrote the Sonny Rollins biography, he has a whole chapter on Way Out West.
Nice.
And they actually missed both the publishing company and Kraft. They missed the marketing opportunity there. They could have said, we're coming out with this Way Out West. This guy's on a book tour right now. You could have done something with that, but typical.
Are you gonna buy that box set though? The Way Out West box?
Of course.
Hey, is it too late to cancel that Ashley Kahn cameo I had made for Mike?
Good shit.
Are you guys all Sonny Rollins fans?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He's top 5, easy.
I'm buying that box in a heartbeat, even though I have both those. I'll say this: that OJC of him and the contemporary leaders,
it's really
how much
probably
is
the best sounding OJC.
How much is the box?
Well, here it's 125, but like Target has the Lockjaw, which has more records in it, for 98 right now.
So basically, you can get more Sonny Rollins albums at the OJC sale tomorrow. I think I have about 6 or 7 Sonny Rollins albums. I'm just riffing out. So someone's watching this and is going to tape it and rebroadcast it and just go have at it, whatever.
Oh yeah.
All he did was talk about his sale the whole.
I'm a marketer. I promote artists for a living. That's what I do for 37 years. Not musicians, but.
When are you going to start your branch of Analog Productions, your own website where you can sell all the stuff?
This guy's collection, if this turns out tomorrow, this guy has like about north of 10,000 records.
Wow.
And he doesn't want to sell it because I like you. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Hey, wait till Mazzy comes up here and goes, all right, guys, it's number 47. I got Lawrence Welks and Bonnie's.
No, there's some schlocky stuff, but there's,
I'll take all his Kingston trios.
Well, he has 15 copies of Rolling Stone's Some Girls with the cutout Lucille Ball covers and all that stuff. Those go for what, $40-$50?
Hey, Baggy, I'm glad you come up here because we need someone to bring us down so we can chill out and leave.
I'll take all his Perry Comos.
Oh, can I respond to Shoji?
You can do whatever you want, man. Of course.
Yeah. As far as young writers, it's not necessarily young writers. I just want more variety. Like, there's Robin G. Kelly. If you're looking for somebody on Coltrane, there's Lewis Porter. There's just more people besides Ashley Kahn, that are more knowledgeable and write actually better.
Kevin Whitehead.
No, don't. I have no.
Wax getting first.
Well, someone else.
Yeah, I got a little problem with cut. A friend of mine.
I have his book.
Had a run-in with him at a club.
I have that. Is he the one that wrote Play How You Feel? The book with.
He wrote a really good book called New Dutch Swing about Dutch jazz musicians.
Let me go look. Let me go see if I have that.
Really good. but
What were you going to say, Mazzy?
No, I was going to say, someone said about Rob getting first dibs. Rob did buy from me and thing is, I waive my cut because he's helping me tomorrow. So he bought about 10 albums. I let him pick because we went through the collection last weekend.
Do you want to see the best one I got?
You could show him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But out of 300 records, about a 10 records is not that much. So
That's very true.
I don't want to show all of them because everyone's going to hate my guts.
show
Here's the
They're already
one.
in your guts, man. It's fine.
All right. I want to see Mike's face because this is the one I wanted.
oh man, yes.
Ah,
Ah, man,
Damn.
that is yeah.
and you know what's really good about this one, Mike?
Mm.
It's sealed. It's sealed.
Oh, whatever, whatever.
Yeah, apparently the check is in the mail too.
I'm gonna have to be washing Mazzy's car for the next.
Wow.
And then here, let me see what I got that I think.
You can show more. I don't care. It's
Well,
a TV.
Mazzy did send me some. I traded some records with him.
Okay, show them the most Jewy record in there. There
Okay.
was one really Jewy record in the collection. I
Well,
decided
it's-
no one's
I
going
don't
to want
think
it, so I'm
you
going
know-
to send it to
I don't
WAC.
think you know who this is.
You know who the one I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm going to show Mike this other record. I want to see his face. Okay, but this is. I have an OJC already of this dude. It's this.
That.
Victor Feldman. I have the one he had with Scott LaFaro, where they're on a boat.
I mean, that either looks like a Jew or Robert De Niro, like in the 70s.
De Niro.
Right?
Technically, Kevin Gray has his new record out, but the first one he did was a Victor Feldman record. I have it. Okay, I want to see Mike's face because here's the other one that I wanted. Is this one?
Oh man, it's Chico Freeman.
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to go fetch. I'm going to show you a Chico Freeman record. If you see it, you grab it.
Roberto. Okay, here's the deal, and I heard this from a number of people, including Steve Hoffman, whether you believe him or not. From 82, 83 until about 87, they were all analog. After that, 87 and 91, 92, more than half of them were still all analog and half when they were doing the CDs are digital. And nobody knows, at least I don't know which ones were which.
Yeah.
Phil Galanti said that he did everything analog up into the early 90s, though. So
Well, then, but I think more of them are analog than you think. But there are probably a handful, but it's not, you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah.
If you see this Chico Freeman record, get it. This is awesome.
That wasn't in my list.
What label is that?
It's Indian.
Oh yeah, the Indian navigation stuff is yeah.
And I have one of the first records that Chad reissued was a Chico Freeman. The other one on Indian navigation.
Really?
Are you fumigating in your room there, Baggy? What's going on?
I'm shocked to hear that Chad did something on Indian navigation.
You want to see? I think it's in. Let me pull it out. I think I have it right here.
You okay over there, Baggy?
I have some things to show.
Okay.
Did you find that Kevin Whitehead?
Yeah, I found a few books here.
Let's see it.
So, Rob might actually want this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Why would I want it?
Read it.
Tell us about it, Baggy? Just don't look there pensive. Tell us what you're saying.
It's the Essential Guide to Jazz Stories on Film. Since you're
you learn
collecting,
have you read it?
No, I didn't read it yet. I forgot I had it until just now.
Okay.
So this one's cool. This is a really cool coffee table book.
Oh, that is cool.
Grauman's.
I had this for years. My friend's grandparents in Pasadena had this, and I fell in love with it. And I looked
Reminds me
it
of Day of the Locust.
up. And you guys probably already have this.
I don't.
I have that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Cool.
I have something else.
Yeah, but
There's various versions of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to tell the Baggy was showing the Kevin Whitehead, and he also does stuff for NPR now, criticism for NPR.
Yeah,
So
he's been on Fresh Air for
yeah.
probably a couple decades now.
So one day, this is had to be late '90s. I'm walk. I had this woman I worked with, her and her friend. They were just getting into jazz, and they were always going to jazz clubs, checking stuff out, and they were like checking everything out. And I would go with them sometimes. So one Monday morning, I come in to work, and I went to Mike, come here. And she goes, and she's talking to her friend. She goes, Mike, do you know this guy, Kevin Whitehead? And I go, yeah, he's a dick. And she had this great, this sense of relief comes over her because they were at a jazz club and he was at their table, and they were telling them that they like jazz and stuff. And he starts like going, do you know this musician? Do you know that musician? And just starts berating them. And she was like, I was like that's he's from a certain generation of jazz, not only critics but people that are like that. And I was like, what an asshole. Some people that are just getting into jazz, you don't encourage people like that, by berating them and saying you should know this musician. If you don't know this musician,
Well, no, it's stupid. It's just like when people get butthurt when new people start collecting vinyl. They're like, I've been doing it forever, and you newbies don't know shit. And, it's like, well, they're not stealing from you, man.
You know what? You sound like you're describing Mark Glassman.
Yeah, maybe so. Respond to the comments, Mark. Shoji says to you, Bagheera, the books you just showed look cool, especially the jazz stories on film. Can you show?
I don't know if there's any photos in the book.
Baggy hasn't actually opened any of the books he showed. He just has them. Well, there's a picture.
That's not a cheap book, Baggy. When did you get it?
Huh?
When did you get that book?
When it came, like right when it came out, because I remember because he's on Fresh Air and he announced it. They announced it on Fresh Air, which really sucks because if you know what was his name, Ed, the guy that wrote the history of rock and roll, and he was always the rock critic on Fresh Air. Ed, I forget his last name. He's passed away, unfortunately.
I knew
Finish
Ed.
The trilogy.
He used to live in San Francisco. Then he moved to Berlin. Ed, God, I knew he was a friend of my friend's Vernon. We used to
Let me get it.
In the 70s.
It's an awesome book. I have the first two volumes. Well, the only two volumes because he's passed away, unfortunately. But it's an awesome book. I those stories that he told in those books I never heard before about the old rockabilly artists and stuff like that. And anyway, he was so pissed when Fresh Air they gave David Bianculli a whole segment when his book came out. They didn't give him a segment, and he's been on that. He was on that show as the rock critic for who knows how long, and they wouldn't give him a segment to push the book, so he left. He said, "Fuck you guys."
Ed Ward,
thank you. Yeah, and
he was in San Francisco in the '70s and early '80s, and he used to come to our store all the time when he was.
He started a pod. He kind of
moved to Berlin for a while, for like 20 years or something.
Yeah. The podcast that he started, you can hear him if you listen from the beginning, the Let It Roll podcast.
Yeah.
One moment.
That's a great podcast. It's all about they just go over different music genres and do like histories of music and stuff like that.
He died about 2 years ago.
He's on the some of the first episodes. They go over his book in the first episode.
Joe Marino.
Yeah, it sucks he died.
What's up, buddy?
How are you? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great. Rob, what happened? Did you get attacked? Like, why did you disappear?
Apparently, the guy who wrote that jazz book on film hates my guts, and he cut me off.
That's fair.
Terry Gross is going to have your legs broken.
What, Baggy?
Terry Gross is going to have your legs broken.
Shit. What have you been up to, Mr. Marino?
Work's been crazy, so I haven't had a lot of time. But had an hour I thought I could squeeze in, hop on, say hi.
Nice.
Hey, by the way, people, this is Kevin Gray's first coherent record. Coherent sound, Victor Feldman. That's Victor Feldman. He looks more Jewy there, Mazzy.
He looks French Jewy there, though.
Did he record that or just master it?
No, he did everything. This is his record label. So I talked to Kevin Gray and I said, hey, I have your Victor Feldman record. He goes, we recorded another album, but it never got released.
What year did that come out? When was it recorded?
This came out in 1977.
Wow.
70.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
So that's
So-
quite the distance in between.
This is the record Kevin Gray's trying to bury with that Karen Atkins record.
Yeah. Do you have any new stuff, Joe?
Yeah, I have a couple I can share. I actually do a little drummer spotlight here. Haven't really been able to get to like record shops, so it's mostly newer releases. Sorry, Mazzy, let me pull it out. This is a group called Ezra Collective out of the UK.
Got another Jewish artist. Jesus Christ.
No, it's the name of a group. I think it's a quintet. Drummer leader who's phenomenal. His name is him and his brother. I think his brother plays bass on the record. Of course, it's not going to be easy to find, right? No, why would it be? We have drums as Femi Colioso and his brother's TJ Colioso on bass. It's kind of like there's some tracks that are like Cuban inspired, some tracks that are like Afro beat, some tracks that are like acid jazz, some tracks that are like hip hop. I mean, it's a pretty cool record. Definitely worth checking out if you like that kind of newer hip hop acid jazz sound.
Sounds awesome to me.
Another one of the two Avishai Cohens that are in the jazz world. This is the Israeli bassist Avishai Cohen, his trio. He plays with Elshin Shirinov on piano and Roni Caspi, who is a 22-year-old female drummer who is just unreal. I mean, for those that like drums, I mean, she plays some amazing grooves, very, very complex stuff. Definitely one of my top 3 records from 2022.
Nice.
Worth checking out. And then the last one, you guys are probably more familiar with this one. I think a lot of people have talked about this. This is Tom Skinner, another drummer, British drummer. People probably know him as a co-founder of The Smile, which I know. I think Michael 45 talked a lot about The Smile. Rachel talked about The Smile. Mazzy, I think you even talked about The Smile.
Yep.
Also founder of
Sons of Kismet or Kimmit.
Yes,
he plays with
Sons of Kemet. So Tom Skinner's in Sons of Kemet as well.
Yeah.
This is much more out there, free, but really good stuff. Again, if you're into kind of that like dub hip hop influenced, this one, like I said, a little bit more free, but still kind of in that vein. This is a Nunsuch release. I mean, I love their packaging. I don't know if you guys have gotten much from them, but I have a couple Micaiah McCraven stuff too, and it's
that's the Anthem label.
Yeah, International Anthem, right?
Yeah,
they
somebody had
released
asked about that earlier.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean,
those are awesome, man.
Definitely worth checking out. I'm trying to. I mean, since I can't get to record shops, I'm trying to find stuff that I can.
What was the name of that Avishani one? I don't see it. I found the artist, but I don't see that.
So there's this one,
record.
Avishai Cohen. So there's 2 Avishai Cohens. There's an Avishai Cohen that records for ECM.
Right, trumpet player.
Oh, that's what I found. That's what I found. The trumpet player.
Yeah, also phenomenal. But this Avishai Cohen's a bass player.
Yeah,
I found it.
If I had a nickel for every Avishai Cohen I met,
And I don't know if one of them is probably, I think, related to the clarinetist.
Who's Avish? Yeah, there's another Avishai,
yeah,
right?
Clarinetist.
And she's on the Avishai Cohen trumpet record, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, Roni Caspi just blew me away on this. She's done some other stuff, kind of solo work, and she has a social media presence. But again, for a young female drummer, that just blew me away. So worth checking out for sure. I think that's actually, I'll show this too. This is a shout out to you, Rob. Shout out to Rob. I picked this up.
Oh, that's
all right.
great.
Sorry, Mazzy. Sorry.
Oh.
Fucking hey, Jesus! I'm getting a workout here.
We're in a visual medium, so take advantage.
I understand.
That again is a real Gone music. It's at the blue vinyl.
Yep, it's like a baby blue vinyl. The originals go for like $150, $200.
Yeah. But it sounds cool.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, it's
Can you show the cover again? Sorry, I missed it. I'll make it big so everybody can actually see.
Yeah. There's it's a lot of covers. So they cover California Dreamin'.
The cover of that.
Yeah,
She's So Heavy.
Guitar solos are crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean,
I bought that Mayan Space Station record. Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I bought that just because the cover was badass. Like, $5 from oh shit, I forgot.
Astral Spirit.
I'm sure people know him as the guitarist of Parliament Funkadelic, but for those that aren't as familiar with that genre, that's Eddie Hazel's claim to fame. And I think I have one other I could show, which is not impressive at all.
Real gun issues, how much? Yeah, I think they are. I mean, they're cheap. Like all those black jazz styles are super cheap. They all come with nice anti-static inner sleeves.
Yeah,
like $20. So yeah.
I haven't listened to this yet. This is a Concord Jazz release. This is Herb Ellis and Ray Brown. Thought the cover was cool. It's got Harry Sweets on there. It's got George Duke, Jake Hanna. I think it was recorded in 74. Yeah, 74. So it's definitely later stuff, but I took a gamble on it. Thought the cover was cool. I think it's like $10.
I've got one or two of the records they did on Concord.
Yeah, I mean, I like.
I'm talking about 70s Concord stuff. There's a lot of great 70s Concord stuff. In the 80s, there's a whole bunch of really good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought it was. I mean, Harry Sweets, Edison, and George Duke, like, you don't hear them a lot in the same conversation. So I thought it was kind of interesting.
What year was that?
It was released in 74.
That's around the time George Duke was playing with Zappa, I think, right? Around that time. Yeah.
I'm not sure when it was recorded. It must have been recorded in the 70s. I mean, the photographs are pretty appropriate of that era, right? You got George Duke down there on the console.
They have those really thick leather belts and big buckles.
Yeah. So I figured they got they play a rendition of Green Dolphin Street, couple of Sweets Edison tunes. So I thought I'd give it a shot.
Yeah.
That's
it. They're top notch, but they're good. I mean, I don't know, for the price, they're kind of tough to beat. They're cheaper than classic series. Like,
Just see.
They may not be as good as Flex series, so that's probably fair.
Yeah. I just want to show something quick. Diddy P mentioned Art Taylor's book, Notes and Tones, which is Art Taylor interviewing fellow jazz musicians. And I told him that there's the trumpeter Jeremy Pelt is doing his own series of books. And I have two of them. A third edition is coming out. They're all called Giro. And it's just him interviewing musicians. And this is the other copy. And there's a third edition coming out soon.
Wow.
And he has his own website. You can just get them directly from the website. They're like self-published. But yeah, it's interesting. Just the musician talking to another musician. They're a little more freer than they would be with a critic or somebody else.
Yeah, that seems pretty cool, man. Diddy's gonna look for it, he said. I've got some other new stuff that I got from Chad this week. I got the So this came out, and it's probably still in stock if anybody wants this record.
Yeah, I was telling Mike that I was going to order that and the Quiet Kenny in stereo.
That's available in the gift shop of the QVC
Yeah.
tomorrow.
I ordered the Quiet Kenny, and I should have waited because I don't want to pay for the shipping. But I have to get that. The Quiet Kenny sounds really good.
It does. Of course, they all sound good, man.
Do you have the mono?
I haven't compared it to the mono.
Yeah, I have the mono.
I have the Record Store Day mono too, but that stereo sounds really good.
Yeah.
This is a fun record too. I picked up this week, so it's Japanese.
Yeah.
Is it in Japanese?
Yeah, it's in Japanese. He plays in Japanese.
That's a good album.
Yeah, it's around midnight on it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, all the American versions of that are reprocessed stereo, like the American version.
Well, I have the Mazzy. I have that series you like. That I have that.
I have that too. I have it on that version too. Yeah.
Yeah. I have that.
There's two different groups on this, so I think that it was probably a couple of 10 inches. This came out like 7 different ways. Norgren Records put it out first, like in 1955, I think.
It's Norman Granz, right?
Yeah.
What, is it the Robert? Is it Robert Ludwig mastered, or is it
mastered in Japan?
No, Robert Ludwig did those two first double albums.
Yeah, that's true.
With the illustrations, this from 76 to 82.
Did I get this worth of shit?
Do you have that one that I commented on in your
yes, let's look at that. Yeah.
Short.
Yes.
Which one?
Thank you for contributing to our shorts. I'm watching them, Baggy. So this one is interesting.
Yeah, I want to check that out.
So this is an old Savoy. This is a reissue of it from an unknown year. Probably
plastic off, Chris.
There's no plastic.
I know, I'm kidding. The gloss is.
Yeah. Is that better?
The gloss is fresh on that.
Yeah, perfect. You just you pivot, you tilted. Perfect.
Hey, could you crooked your smile a little more and squint your eye?
Shut up.
Like you're holding it apart.
Can we get the red whites out of your eyes there?
No, that's it. You've ruined it. Anyway, this is a good record. So it's Fats Navarro, Kenny Dorham, Sonny Stitt, Bud Powell, and Kenny Clark. It's called Memorial Album #1 for Fats, I guess.
Yep.
But they all played on this when he was alive, and it was just a couple years before.
What's the singer? Which singer did Kenny Clark was married to?
Nanette Fred Bragg.
No. You're thinking of not Kenny Clark, but
wasn't Kenny Clark? Sorry.
No, you're talking about the piano, not Kenny Drew. I thought you were thinking about Duke Jordan, maybe. I don't know.
No, hold on a second. I get it.
Because Duke Jordan was married to Sheila Jordan. That's why.
Kenny Clark, who was married.
That's 75 too. I wonder if that sounds good. Sheila
Jordan.
Yeah, because that's the only way you can get it. Can I piss Mike off some more from Mazzy Records?
Hang on. There's something interesting on this. I gotta make myself.
Okay.
Hey, what's the track listing on that? Because I'm trying to pair it up with this other thing they have listed on streaming here. Is it Bags Groove? Oh no, this is something else.
Yeah.
Are you looking at a John Denver record, Baggy?
No, it's the Trumpet Summit live at Club Ruby, 1968, a memorial tribute to Fats Navarro, Clifford Brown, and Booker Little. Okay.
Just look up.
Well, this is cool too.
Listen,
hey, Mazzy, you mean Carmen McRae?
Yes.
Okay. Because I forgot, because she was she was.
Yeah, he was married to Carmen McRae. I just found it when you said his name.
I thought it was Carmen Miranda. Hey,
that's Joel McRae.
I want to piss off. Let's see if Mike this one.
I mean, I would love to have that one, especially the cost of those things now are just out of control.
And apparently, he walked more than once.
You're an ass.
Hey, look, I have records. I have to clear house. But I have a lot of records I need to send to people and stuff.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm gonna take it out of plastic. Does anybody have this record? Or this got rid of?
I remember Jessica Williams, Nicole. I remember Jessica Williams.
I
I got it when it came out. It got a damaged cover, but I hope that's not digital, but I guess it is. But it sounds great.
It does sound great.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
That's his best album, by the way. That song is awesome. And I think that reissue is they added a version he did like 10 years later, Chris.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, Nicole, Jessica Williams, she was great. I have I don't know, gosh, I've got maybe 20 some odd CDs of hers, because she also, late in her life, she used to have her own website, and you could just go and buy the CDs from there. But there are some that are really good that are done live at Yoshi's, that are on Max Jazz, which you can still find cheap. And they're really, really, she was fabulous. She was fabulous. If you can come look up those CDs, guys, I tell you, if you can find them, she was an excellent player.
Sushi and jazz at Yoshi's.
Does anyone have the Sheila Jordan 75th? Because I want to order that Cure Start Your Year Off Right record from the Ingrove, and I need it on the record for the free shipping. That Sheila Jordan, I was streaming some of Sinatra was her big supporter.
Yeah, I like Sheila. I used to, gosh, back in the 90s, she used to perform at a club. It was near NYU Law School. It's now some other place. It was called Visiones. And it's funny that at the time when she was performing, she was still doing temp work as a secretary. And that was her like day job, and she was performing around the city. But yeah, she was a really good performer. Is a really good performer.
I'll show this one, Chris. I know you commented on this one on the Facebook page. This was a blind buy that I added onto a Discogs purchase. A Strut release called Blackfire, kind of a comp from the Blackfire Records label. And I was just, again, blown away. If you like that spiritual soul jazz stuff, if you liked any of those black jazz releases from Real Gone,
absolutely.
I think I paid $17 for it. They're still, widely available. And if you can kind of sample a bunch of the stuff and get some of the best from that label, which is kind of cool.
It's very cool.
When you first showed that, I thought it was that what's that group?
Pyramids.
Yeah, I thought that was it.
So I have that too back here, and again, that one really impressed me as well. So I started looking a little bit more into Strut, and I had an order from someone who was just perusing what they had cheap, and again, for $17, it's 2 record set. It doesn't, this and the other stuff from Strat doesn't sound amazing, but there's a historical kind of archival quality to this stuff.
Sure.
The small labels that you're certainly not going to find in OGs.
You can't stream half that shit either.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly.
And in some cases, the OGs, like the black
jazz OGs, yeah,
they're not that great sounding.
Right.
The Real Gone are better.
Yeah, for sure.
What else did I get? Did I get anything else?
I'm heading out.
All right, man.
All right. See you tomorrow.
What time is it tomorrow?
What's happening tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time is it? What time is it again?
Noon Pacific. Noon in Seattle.
Okay, good.
So
I'm going swimming at 10.
See you guys later.
Maggie, what's your hat? I like your hat. Trek Bicycle Company. That's cool.
When you're driving around, Joe, and all those annoying old guys are on their bikes, thinking they're
called mammal. They're called mammals. Middle-aged men in lycra.
Mammals.
That's good.
Middle-aged men in lycra.
I've never heard that. Do you ride with a club, Bagheera?
I ride with a couple of different clubs.
Nice.
Hey, Baggy, tell them what you told me, that when you have conversations with the guys you ride with, how they're very affluent and you're trying to just like, yeah. And they're talking about all the stuff they dumped their money on. And you're just going, yeah.
Oh yeah, well they I'll tell them about that I collect records and stuff. They're like, oh yeah, I have a record player, and they'll have like the black Beethoven ortophone, like really expensive shit like VPI and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, did you get the new reissue from Acoustic Sounds? They're like, huh? they don't know about any of that. So they're not, but they have all like the really nice equipment and stuff. I think they're just listening to their like OGs and stuff that they had since for years.
Mhm.
But I was like, holy shit,
Yeah.
I want to come see your stereo.
Are we bumless right now?
Did anybody? I don't know if anybody got the new John Schofield.
I've been streaming that a lot. I might pull
love
the trigger on it. It's great.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't really. I have one John Schofield record. Is there one to get over anything?
Well, he has the 80s reissue. I think they issued a Schofield.
Yeah. And the one, this is the one on, this is on ECM, and the one that came out last year the one before this on ECM is also good.
They had the Schofield Matheny Tone Poet too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it just sounds like a Pat Metheny record to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this one's much more stripped down, raw, solo guitar. I mean, very soothing.
And he's he uses that loop thing, so he's like accompanying himself.
Yeah.
So which is really good. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I've listened to it at least 4 times since I got it. But I mean, I like John Schofield. I'm trying to find the other one that's really good.
I got a record to show y'all that's totally not related to anything we ever talk about, but look up and see if anybody knows this person. Y'all ever heard of Taj Sultana? She's like a guitar player.
Yeah, she has that one hit song. Oh my gosh. Very like reggae dub feeling.
She does loop, I mean, she does a lot of looping and stuff too, right? Like that's her whole thing. This is a great record. She's got a couple of records out. This is probably from 2020. She did a Tiny Desk concert on NPR. That's where I kind of found her. So I like to support artists like that.
Is the track called like Jungle? Does she have a song called Jungle? I think that's one of the hits that I've heard.
Probably.
She's from like New Zealand or Australia. Like,
are you thinking about Ty Wakenfield or no? Or Thani?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, Joe. No?
Yeah, I do.
Somebody, I don't know. Never mind. But anyway, it's an interesting record.
When did that come out, Chris?
I'm thinking about 2020. I've got 2 of her records. Let me try and find the other one real quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Taj Sultana.
Both. I don't know where the other one's at. Well, let me see. The unfortunate thing is both of these records kind of sound like shit, but the music's amazing. Yeah, I don't know where the other one's at. And the other one was like might as well have been on like fucking glow in the dark vinyl, like the noisiest pressing you can possibly buy. It's just awful.
I can't find that Savoy anywhere streaming, but I keep finding another Memorial album from 1951, which had Bud Powell and Ted Dameron Quintet. There's a Blue Note Memorial for Fats Navarro.
Search for MG space 12011 with Savoy.
Well, I mean, they don't go by that in streaming though.
No, but it had a different name originally. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it had a totally different name. So it came out in 51.
Yeah, this is the other Schofield on ECM that's really good.
Oh, I love Steve Swallow.
Yeah.
So when did that come out? Before Swallow passed away?
2019.
Oh.
It was recorded in 2019, released 2020. And years ago they had done well, not the same group, but Steve Swallow and John Schofield did an album called Shinola. And this is sort of a reunion, but with one different member. I think Adam Nussbaum on Shinola is on drums, and that's really good also. And you can find that Shinola really cheap. I'm looking on Discogs now. It's like $8 and $15.
Oh, nice. Well, it was. Steve Swallow, Basra, the Pete LaRocca record on Blue Note.
Mhm.
He plays on that, and I always felt like that was interesting because that seems like an older record than most of the stuff you see him on. Anyway,
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff. Gosh, just want to have. Who did he record with a lot? Steve Swallow, I think, like Paul Blay and Paul Motion in the '90s and stuff. I think they did a lot of stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
But
I picked this up, and I wanted to run this by you guys. Have you ever heard of the label JRC?
I don't know.
No,
So-
you know what? I sold that record. I had an original. Is that an 80s Italian? Because that came out in Italy.
No, this is I think this is a 60s. This was pressed in Belgium. It does say that this record was previously released on Elec record.
Yeah, I think it's an Italian record, but how's it sound? More importantly,
I mean, it doesn't sound great, but the cast of characters is pretty sweet. You got
it's a great live show, right?
Yeah, you got Illinois Jet Cat on tenor, and then you got Art Farmer on flugelhorn, Jimmy Smith on piano, Kenny Burrell guitar, Roy Haynes drums, Jerry Mulligan on Barry, James Moody on tenor and flute. Yeah, super cool record. I mean, I love David Stone Martin artwork, so it caught my eye like right when I lifted it up.
I have no Illinois Jet Cat records at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's not hard bop, right? It's pretty swinging. And sometimes, what's up, Chris?
So there's nothing wrong with that, man.
No, I mean, I know that sometimes it's not
Benny Goodman records if I see them and they're in good shape. I don't give a fuck. Like,
yeah,
great.
Did you just say Benny Goodman?
Fuck yes, love Benny Goodman. Come on.
I like listening to Benny Goodman records with my mayonnaise sandwiches and a tall glass of milk.
That's very
tomato and mayo.
Yeah,
on rye.
Plain mayonnaise between two pieces of white bread and with the crust cut off.
Well, I'm not going to invite you to my Benny Goodman story movie episode.
Small group stuff is great, though.
Mike,
Small group stuff is great.
Did you pick this up, Mike?
Yes, I did.
Why don't you care if the rest of us bought it?
Because
it's Gerald Clayton. It's the guy that's on the Kevin Gray, the Kirsten
Edkins record. Yeah, I saw that he was on that.
Yeah.
By the way, she's pretty hot.
Fair.
So is Tosh Sultana. While we're on the subject of attractive women,
what did you think of it, Joe?
I could definitely see people thinking it's a little sterile.
Yes, yeah, but
but you can't deny that the guy is talented. I mean, he is.
Blue Note made a mistake. They should have. He did a live at the Vanguard recording before that on CD that they only issued on CD. That is phenomenal.
Way better than this. Okay.
Yes, and then they released that. I'm like, you guys blew it with that.
Yeah, it's a little.
Yeah,
it's a little timid. Yeah, I mean, it's not.
I agree. It's just something I played it twice and I haven't played it again.
Yeah.
It's boring or what?
Yeah, it's pretty boring.
I don't like boring records.
It's solo. I mean, it's solo piano. Mm-hmm. Again, the guy's a virtuoso, but it's like docile and a little stale.
He's in Charles Lloyd's group. I mean, so he's a player, but
that's right. He played on the. He didn't play on any of the recent releases for Charles Lloyd. I don't think.
I'm trying to think.
But he played on that.
Yeah, he played on one of the. He played on one of the that came in a subsequent box set.
The trios, right?
He played on the one with Gerald Wilson's son, with Anthony Wilson.
I know he played on the one where Charles Lloyd has kind of the head covering. think it's the title's like a number. Is it
Yeah,
3 or 8
yeah, I
or
have that. That's he's on that one.
Hey, I have a question. Was it ever announced how many copies of that Kirsten Atkins record they were pressing?
It's like the third time you've asked that question.
1,200.
No, it's literally the first time.
It's the same time. Mike, Jazz Bones Mike told you it was 1,200 earlier.
Oh, only 1,200? I should order that then. But they're probably it's probably done well for them. They're probably going to start pressing more.
It's such a weird selection in my mind.
Well, it's probably not a weird selection because I don't even know if she has an album. He found
She has one.
One. So the cost of putting his whole thing together, I don't know, was probably spread out from gigs he did, but having her do it, they're all original songs. You know, he's probably has her cut in on a good deal for it.
Right.
So, but again, I wish they would. I don't even know if it's coming out digitally or on CD. I assume not.
I think it'll come out digitally for sure.
I mean, a 1,200 record run, and it's very niche, though. I mean, like nobody's going to be buying that at a store.
No, it's not niche. When I don't know how many copies do you think the In-Groove got, and he sold out
50.
I think again, the way he talked about it, he
probably got all he could. Who knows? I don't know.
He's a guy who would probably order 500 if he could.
Is that the record that he did the video on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch that video yet.
Yeah, I mean, I streamed her previous record, Art and Soul, and it's
not good.
It's very well produced, and it's it's straight ahead jazz. It's not like mind blowing or anything.
That's exactly it. And
it's straight ahead.
When Mike was, I watched Mike's video and he was talking about her playing style and everything like that. I hate I got into this thing where I'm going he was saying how phenomenal she was. I'm like, dude,
drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm sorry. I can name 4 or 5 female saxophone players that blow her out of the water. I mean, I just got into that whole thing. And then I was like, if you're talking about that style of play, I mean, Scott Hamilton is still doing, that same, style of play.
It felt like Diana Krall on saxophone, if that makes any sense, right? Like,
think about this.
He didn't. Mike's video didn't really make me want to buy it for the music.
Yeah.
I'm more intrigued by the audio, side of it.
Think about this, okay, guys. Think about this. It's a proof of concept he's doing, right? So he's putting this product out here, and the way Mike the In-Groove described it, and the aching back to the whole Van Gelder situation. He wasn't gambling, right? He wasn't throwing the dice with this.
Yeah.
So if it comes out and it's sounding the way it sounds and it delivers, then you're going to be more apt to buy the next thing he puts out, right?
Yeah, but my thing is also, and I'm like, Kevin Gray could have, he could have gotten, see that, and I hate to do this too, but he could have gotten anybody. Because he masters a lot of stuff for Blue Note, like the current recordings. So he could have had his choice of this.
But who does he speak to? His directive is from Joe Harley. It's not from the musicians. Maybe his deal was, look, it's what I say.
I mean, the whole thing is he's got a small artist, right?
Yeah.
He's put out what he thinks is going to be a great sounding record. They made 1,200 copies of it. Like, who gives a shit? I mean,
I totally agree.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about I'm not talking about the headliners that are on Blue Note. I'm talking about guys that are playing with the headliners. Just, he could have gotten a group of those guys and done the same thing. It would have, if you're looking to promote your label, those guys are more known than she is.
But I wonder if
they're all sweaty guys. She's a hot chick.
I mean, you very well could expect that he probably has some level of non-compete with Blue Note, as far as he probably couldn't go after any of the artists that they have signed.
but they're not signed. I'm talking about like you
Sure.
talking
I
about
see what you're
a
saying.
Gerald Clayton album. You know, those his sidemen are not signed.
Right. I see what
You
you're saying.
know?
Got it.
You know, you talk about Emmanuel Wilkins. His sidemen
All
are
those
not
sidemen.
signed.
Yeah.
You could just
I
say,
see
"Hey,
what you're
dude, let's do this," and it probably would cost him the same as doing something with her.
Yeah.
You know,
And-
Joe.
and it
I
would
think
be-
Joe.
And it would
I
be
think
more free advertisement because those
Yeah.
names are more readily. Everybody knows those guys.
Hey, listen, Kristen, I think you're swell. You're hot. Mike hates you.
Yeah.
I'm just
Now, if you
trying-
could just get her name right, Wax, you might stand a chance.
Hey, look.
It's Kirsten.
Hey, Kirsten, I think you're swell. You're hot, and Mike hates you.
Okay.
I just-
We'll cut out the edit and splice it in then. Chris, you can handle that, right?
I just want
Embarrassment in.
I just want the opportunity for more jazz musicians to do excellence.
Look. I think I love your whole look, your glasses. You could be blowing into a party favor. That's all I care. I'll buy the record. Mike,
Don't say that.
Oh, God.
I mean, the only I don't know. The other thing that I think makes sense is Joe Marino. You said it sounds like Diana Krall on sax, right? That could be his whole audience. Like it's supposed to be the most pure analog shit you could buy. Who wants to buy that shit? Audiophiles, right?
hey,
That's
true.
true.
listen.
You're right. You're right.
Let-
The people that
Diana,
buy the
if you're
3 blind
watching-
mice blow up.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Diana.
Exactly.
Diana, if you're watching, Joe hates you. I'm not a big fan. I think all you'd want to do is peel grapes all day long. I don't care.
Listen,
Like
you more
Nicole
closely
said-
resemble Elvis Costello than I do, so you probably have a chance with.
Yeah, I'll
Diana
tell you
Krall.
one thing, people. I'm ordering that the reissue of the Burt Bacharach Elvis Costello.
I am too.
That's one thing I'm getting.
I am definitely reordering it. Yeah, I
That's-
have the MoFi. I'm definitely I'm definitely ordering it. Yeah.
That's funny that they only issued it on vinyl on the MoFi,
Yeah.
not any other way.
Yeah.
No, Mauricio. But it also. So I was confused. I thought they did 2 albums together. Was the second thing they put out an EP?
That's I'm confused. I don't think it. I just don't recall that. And I follow Elvis Costello.
It was not that long after they did it because they did that live show that you can watch on YouTube all the way.
Right.
And
I
I've
just
never.
remember
That thing is just magic.
Yeah.
They were meant to do something together.
Yeah. I mean, somebody, I get, maybe it was on Rachel's stream this morning. They mentioned that, the television show Elvis Costello, and some people said it ran only for 6 episodes. It actually ran for 6 seasons. I mean, not 6 seasons, 2 seasons. And it's really good. Because I have the whole collection on DVD. And I mean, he's, the interviews are like great and the performances are great. If you can find it on
I forgot
DVD
about
for
that.
cheap.
What
And
was that
is
on originally?
really good. I thought it was on
It was-
Bravo or BBC America or something like that. I mean, but it was a great show.
Like the old Bravo when they actually showed cool shit.
Yeah, that was a really good.
While we're kind of on the subject of that Diana Krall, Kirsten Edkin style, are any of you familiar with the band Lake Street Dive?
Oh,
Group of Berkeley
Oh.
musicians that started kind
I've
of like
seen them live. I own their albums, and I know where you're going. The Valerie and Rachel album.
Yeah, Rachel and Villeray is coming out on vinyl.
I found their first album at a thrift store, believe it or not, for $2.
Really?
And it's awesome. But so they went to school together at the Berkeley College of Music. That's where Lake Street Dive formed.
I formed,
And
right?
if you're not into Lake Street Dive, go stream them on YouTube. Because Rachel Price, who's their lead singer, is
The
gorgeous
voice
too.
is, yeah.
I think she's like, she must be pregnant with triplets now, and she's still playing. But she this Valerie, if you can I want to try playing some of it because it sounds so retro. It sounds like
Yeah,
it was
it does.
recorded in 1945. Here, I'll pull it up right now. I streamed it, Joe. It's better than the first album.
Yeah, I totally echo that sentiment. I streamed it again. I've followed Lake Street Dive for a while, and I decided to stream it, and the sound was like it took you back. I mean, she's
Yeah,
pretty versatile, right? Because when she sings
Oh.
with Lake Street Jive, it's got a lot of power and force. Here,
So
it's
what-
much more soft and subtle, and
So
sounds
how
great.
how they caught on is they did great covers. Like their version of Rich Girl is
it's great.
insane. And I know one of the original members left and they picked up like 2 or 3 more members. Let me see if this is here's the official video of their new album, I think.
Oh yeah, I've seen these guys. Okay.
It's so good. I'm gonna
And I don't recognize hardly any of the players.
the lyrics are awesome.
And actually, ironically, it's being released on None Such, which I hadn't even realized.
They had a Tiny Desk concert 6 years ago.
Lake Street Dive did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Valerie guy is the mastermind behind all this.
Are you working your magic, Rob? Trying. I'll show this while we're waiting.
Yeah,
Another-
How is that?
I don't want the stream to get taken down, but I'm gonna post the link to the video in the chat so everyone can go watch it.
I have that in my wait list on I think Bandcamp, and I'm like, I'm just holding off pulling the trigger.
I like it a lot. I mean, I love Joel Ross, right? I know
Mhm.
you've talked about him a lot, Mike. But you got, Kendrick Scott on drums again. Big fan there. Walter Smith on tenor. I liked it better than the original version, right? This is like a reimagined version of his record, New Gospel, and I think it is it's a live recording.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like a live recording, but I definitely like it better than the original version. This was released in 2019, so it's nothing super new, but good cast of characters again. I don't know how close we can get it, but
Can we get it close up? There you go.
Oh man, yeah. I love the bass player, Harish. Yeah.
Harish, yeah, good stuff. And I think I picked this up on Amazon cheap. I mean, the packaging was nice. It sounds really good.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
With kind of this type sticker. I think it's on like an opaque kind of rust.
Oh, nice.
Oh
Soil
man.
vinyl.
Pretty.
Yeah.
I have a recording. I was talking earlier about this label JMI, and it's a duet recording, Marquise Hill and Helen Sung.
Okay.
And it's really good, and and it's all analog recording. It's an excellent recording. Just those two, piano, and he plays trumpet and flugelhorn on that one.
Okay.
And Helen Sung plays the piano, and she plays one cut. She plays Fender Rhodes.
That's cool.
It's really good. Really good.
Oh wait, it's a banner moment for me. I'm recommending an album Lastman doesn't know. Rachel, I'll post it I'll post the Amazon link to it. But you should get both albums. I think it's on Nutsuch. I'm sure they think on their website they have a package deal to buy both. But here's the album and the link. I'm ordering it now. I should have ordered it once I listened to it. It is magic. It's funny. Here's what's funny to me. You listen to that album, Joe. It sounds so retro. Like we talk about what Kevin Gray's doing. That recording sounds like it's something that was recorded 60 years ago or whatever, 70 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can simulate a lot of that too with with not doing 16-track recording, right? Having 2 mics or 3 mics in a room rather than miking up every instrument.
Oh, screw you, Lastman. He wants the one you showed, Joe.
This is Marquee Hill, New
Yeah.
Gospel Revisited. Let me see if I can zoom in on the title. There you go. Marquee Hill, New Gospel Revisited.
Is that like the one that Ornette Coleman?
No. And this was released on, Edition Records. It's the name
You
of the
should
label.
never have to say you're sorry. You should tell me you will buy both records without actually buying them.
Yes. That's true. It's the only way to try it.
Listen, Chris is very sensitive. We don't want to upset him. Just say you'll buy the record.
This is the other Marquise Hill and Helen song that I was speaking about.
What was that released on, Mike?
It's called JMI Recordings. They only you can't get it on stream. They don't do CDs. They only do LPs, all analog. There's the gatefold.
They don't even drop little snippets of how it sounds, so you know what it sounds like.
Maybe if you go to the website, I think.
What is it on their website or the record label?
It's on JMI Recordings. It will be on their website.
Oh, that's that Maya record that Mike just bought based on your recommendation
right.
as
And
well.
they did the Sasha Berliner that What Cam Brown picked as one of his favorites from last year.
Yeah.
They did that, and the David Murray solo that I just bought. They also
got it.
They're a really good label. I mean, it's like they list all the equipment, like recorded to 2-inch tape on a Studer A800 MK, mixed down, all kind of information.
Oh wow, they're very affordable. They are charging you what they should charge you for shipping.
Yeah. They're like, I mean,
what would you say that of the two? Which one would you suggest? Which Maya of the two, the Maya or the Helen Sung one? Between the two,
the Maya is a quartet. It's vibe, piano, bass, and drum. That's excellent. The Helen Sung is, it's a more of an intimate recording. Just
piano, trumpet.
Yeah.
I wish they had samples so I could listen. They have video. They have video.
Yeah, and they have video on YouTube. They have a YouTube channel too, I think.
I want to show a record now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
It better be good.
It's really good. So there. Hang on. It's Art Pepper, man. Road Game.
Oh.
Road Game?
Yeah, it's a live record. It's just as good as those Vanguard records, Rob.
What label is that?
You tell me that.
I don't remember. Oh, Galaxy. It's Galaxy. It's
the Galaxy stuff is great.
Yeah. And that cover looks awesome. So
what's the group on that one?
Yeah, let me find it. Art Pepper, George Cable's, David Williams on bass, and then Cal Burnett on drums. Isn't it the same?
Carol Burnett on drums?
Yes,
shredding.
Where's Tim Conway?
Does Eunice play on that album?
No.
Oh man.
I paid $15 for it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the Galaxy stuff is great.
Yeah.
The Galaxy and
yeah.
contemporary stuff from that era, they're great, and you can find they're cheap.
The best album, right, is Straight Life. Is it? Well, I mean, he did what? How many albums did he do on Galaxy? A lot.
Oh, God.
Yeah, probably.
It's just crazy.
Hey, I'm with the album.
There's one with strings called Winter Moon. That's really good.
Which one now?
It's with strings. It's called Winter Moon. That's really good.
The my buddy's putting more Art Pepper stuff out, but it mostly is on CD.
Yeah,
from the estate. But they'll probably eventually press vinyl of it.
Matthew says that the Galaxy stuff you can stream all of it. So
yeah, there's a lot of unreleased stuff. So
yeah.
Still?
Can I show one? Can I show one non-jazz real quick?
I'm probably gonna. Let me see your album, and then I'm gonna take off. It's time to eat.
So this is actually a throwback to I think his name was Michael, noted and archived.
Oh
I used
yeah.
to stream with Mazzy a long time ago. He got me into this artist. His name's Chuck Johnson.
All right.
He's an experimental. He's an experimental pedal steel guitarist.
Oh, wow.
So he does a lot of kind of ambient. It's kind of hard to explain, but on here he plays pedal steel, and then he's got two other guys playing synthesizer, bass clarinet, and treatments. But he has a handful of records, and they all have totally different sound. I mean, one of them's like, steel guitar. One of them is, very kind of trance electronic. This one's kind of just very ambient, smooth. But for people that are into, I'll lightly say, stunty style music. This is a
Stunty recommendation. Are you recommending records for Sunny now?
I don't know. I'd be curious to know what Stunty thinks. I mean, the artwork is beautiful.
Yeah,
on all his stuff as well. But yeah, check him out. Chuck Johnson, pedal steel.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Hey, check out my Chuck Johnson too. Tomorrow I'm at.
We all know it's 12 inches now. You disclosed that earlier in the stream. So
hey, I haven't been. Listen, all night I haven't been typing with my hands.
I heard you're changing your channel name to 12-inch pianist.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
All right. Well, catch me tomorrow at noon Pacific on Austin.
Are you running a competitive? You should run a competitive.
No,
auction.
I'm helping Mazzy do the auction. Seriously. So I'll be there. And
Nice.
and to piss Mike off again, I'll be listening to this record, Mike.
Go away. Can you take them off?
I'm telling you. No, he has a lot of choice stuff, and I'll tell you again, he has some OG stuff that's pretty nice.
Are you showing records from Mazzy? Those were ones that
I bought. I'm paying for these. These were not free by any means. So yeah.
Rob showed up and took all the choicest cuts away from everyone.
No, I didn't. But this is the best one. I got this one.
Now that's the choice one.
Yeah.
he said to Mazzy, I can either buy these off you right now, or I can buy them from an estate sale once I kill you. And Mazzy's like, all right, take whatever you want.
You're half right. I just asked for the address of the guy he got the record.
But Mazzy did a flip through of I guess it was on Instagram. And there's some really good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff there,
There's some good blues stuff too, and those OBCs are pretty hard to find too.
Yeah, it's true. No, it's not on Whatnot. It's just on his YouTube
Patrick,
channel.
I'm not there to buy any records. I bought. I need to sell records I've tapped out. I have no room for records anymore. So
how are we gonna do when it's not an auction?
He'll explain the rules. So
okay,
trust me. I'm hoping people will have an opportunity to get what they want.
Yeah.
So.
There's a ton of records too, so it's not like every.
I think
records.
You should be able to get something. Yeah, I think I'll be able to get something. There's enough variety where
This is sealed, by the way. I can't wait to crack it open.
You should do a video about it. It's not 40 years old, though.
Yeah, Rob skimmed everything good off the top.
It's 30 something years old. I do. Look, I said to Mazzy, put those together. So people are going to want those. Blah blah blah. Even some of the ones I get, I might sell and give him. I'm giving him money anyway. So because there's some I said put aside, and before I knew it, he, I got him. So
it's gonna be on Mazzy's YouTube channel tomorrow, right?
Yeah. At Mazzy's YouTube channel at noon tomorrow. Come ready to. I mean, all these OJCs sound excellent. So I just listened to one. It's a record that Chris has, and it sounded great.
Oh, the Ernie Royal? Is it Ernie Henry?
Yeah, Eddie Henry with Lee Morgan on there. Sounds great.
Eddie or Ernie? I think it's Ernie.
Somebody said Rob already placed a deposit on Manny.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, listen. Here's how you do it. Yeah, you say, Mazzy, I'm a big fan. Can you write me an autograph? Well, you have the signature.
Exactly.
Now you can write it on anything.
Yeah. I now I have
The option's going to be like,
attorney.
Mazzy's gonna hold it up, and you're going to see Wax's hand come in and just like.
Not that one. That one's
Oh,
broken.
no, that one's got a corner ding. We're not selling that one.
Yeah.
You think it's funny, but when the truth comes out,
What?
making the joke, dude.
Hey, want to see some more records that I haven't listened to yet?
Yeah, show us the choice $5 shit.
Okay, cool. This is $12. This is a Lionel Hampton record on Clef.
I can't
like
do
pristine.
I can't do Lionel.
Yeah, it looks mint.
Cool.
It looks like they caught Lionel on doing something wrong.
Let's get him, Buddy Rich, Oscar Peterson, and Ray Brown. I mean, come on.
Now, I have a question.
We're amazing players.
I grew up knowing who Lionel Hampton was.
Yes.
And I would go, it's Lionel Hampton on the xylophone. What year and date did it change to Vibes? I just want to know.
This is early.
Why is Lionel Hampton the only person who plays the xylophone? That's what I want.
I never heard that.
Mark Glassman, let me know.
Yeah.
Here's an OJC that I got. I didn't get it from Mazzy though. It's Cannonball Adderley and Milt Jackson.
Hey, Chris,
what
can you control time and space?
Yes.
How would you have bought it from Mazzy?
I don't know.
The auction's tomorrow.
Unless I had a sweet deal like you, and I just bought them from ahead of time. That's
Look,
what
I'm doing heavy lifting. I had to help Mazzy up from falling down.
All right, so I paid $8 for this one, so I'm excited to listen to that. I paid the $5 records are $8 now. I need to find a new store. So this is Teddy Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Teddy Wilson is amazing. I think it's just him, so it's going to either be terribly boring or awesome. We'll see.
So you're showing us records you haven't even listened to yet?
I said that before. What the fuck, man? Come on.
Were you leaving, Rob? Were you leaving?
I tuned you out when you made yourself big, by the way.
Oh, my God. How dare you? This one, I am excited about this one's Lucky Thompson.
Oh,
that's a cool cover. That is a
cool impulse, yeah.
Rob, just one question about the auction. Now, I mean the sale. There are going to be some things that are being auctioned, right?
Yes.
From most, it seems as though most of the OJCs he's bundling and it'll be a set price.
Right.
But there is some killer ass shit that he will auction.
Okay.
Like OG stuff.
No, there's just some comments in the peanut gallery.
Yeah. There. I think it's like 15 records around that, or maybe more, that he showed me, and I go, wow. So
I ain't having it. So let's check this out. So this is the Lucky Thompson record on Impulse, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, I haven't listened to it yet. Ooh, look
have you listened to any of the records yet?
Huh?
Have you listened to it yet?
No. But listen to who's on it. It's Lucky Thompson, Jimmy Cleveland, Hank Jones, Oscar Pettiford, Ozzie Johnson, Skeeter Best, and Don Abney. I don't know the last two guys.
When did it come out originally?
I think this might just be a twofer. I don't know. 1975. This could be a twofer from earlier shit. Maybe I don't know.
It might be earlier stuff because Lucky Thompson had like some mental health problems. So.
Oh, absolutely.
He did.
I've got a double LP I got of his about 3 months ago. I think it's on Groove Merchant, maybe.
Mm-hmm. I think Pettiford died in the 60s, early 60s. So
anyway,
that's pretty sweet.
There was
what to do with.
There's one Pettiford record you see a bunch. I almost bought it, where it's him with a big bass on the cover.
Yeah, it's orange cover. It's an ABC Paramount.
Yeah, is that the one to get?
That one's pretty good. Yeah. What's it called? In Hi-Fi or something? Pettiford in Hi-Fi.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Did I already show this last week? I don't want to be Mike.
Yes. It seems like you've not stopped showing that.
Twice. It's not fair. You see everything like 4 times because we have our little chat together. Where I show
I'm almost. It feels like you're recycling things from like 3 years ago.
That's a good record right there, Chris.
3 years, dude. Almost 3 years. I listened to jazz. Well, no, it's been 3 years
Those
now.
Jufries are becoming scarce, man.
Yeah, this one's kind of beat up, but the music's cool. It was only $12.
I'll tell you, people, if you want to score some shit, I'll show you the Jufrey, and I ordered the other one, the 2 record store day Jufries.
Yeah.
This is one that Org did. I think this is 2020 record store day on Org. And this is basically the 2 records that made up the ECM the double. This is them doing it live. And this recording is really good. Yeah.
Was 1961 before Basra came out, Mike?
I think so.
Yeah, well, their earlier record was Steve.
Then I ordered these are affordable. Like I talked the guy. So what I did is I ordered the New York from this guy, which came out 2021.
Mm-hmm.
It's a double one of a bunch of New York sessions. Jimmy Jufrey 3 and 4, technically.
Yes.
And the guy had it listed for 25, and I talked him down to 17, and he accidentally sent me this one.
Right.
He had listed for 40. So I said, "Hey, I want this record," but I ordered the other one. And he goes, "Well, you won on that one. Keep it, and I'll meet the other price." So I ordered the other one for 17. So
nice.
But this, I would have paid regular price. This is just killer.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This is the one you're talking about?
The New York one?
Yeah.
Well, Chris would have to figure out how to make you big for me to see it.
Yeah.
On screen.
Guess I'm out with this if that's the attitude. Huh.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's one. Is that good?
That one's good. And this, I have an OG of this that's terribly beat up. It's my favorite of his.
So I got the music on vinyl of that, and it sounds horrible.
Really?
So I sold it, and I'll probably get that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is top notch. My favorite Jimmy Joffrey for sure. Jufrey. Plus, it's got an Ansel Adams photo on the cover, so how can you go wrong?
And they do the cover of the Monk song on there, right?
Yes.
Well, it's been lovely hanging with you, but it's time for dinner and meditation and
meditation.
All right, guys.
All right, man. See you tomorrow.
Bye. What did
we lose Chris?
I guess he did. See ya.
Shit, what do we call a me, Mike, and Baggy stream? It needs a name.
Oh, there he is. All right.
I lost the connection there.
We're like, oh.
You stuck Big Joe for a minute there, or what?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was just me, Mike, and Baggy, which is an unusual jazz bump stream.
Hey, y'all.
What are you busy working on, Baggy? Anything good?
Let me put this link in here in the regular chat. There's a guy. He was born in Mexico. His name's Gilbert Castellanos, and he's a trumpet player, and he's the director of the jazz for the San Diego Symphony. So whenever they have the jazz nights, he either is performing in them or he comes in and he introduces everything. He's a teacher. He's been in other groups and stuff like that. But he had I don't know what happened to him exactly, but he had to have major reconstruction surgery on his jaw and teeth. And we know from Chet Baker's story that you have to, you potentially would have to relearn the trumpet if anything happens to you like that. So it was really, I guess it took years and for his recovery and everything. And so during that time, he was getting texted songs from his friends, and once he recovered, they recorded an album, which is called. It just came out. It's called "Espérame en el cielo." I don't know if I'm probably not saying that right in Spanish. I think it means "Wait for me in heaven." That's the name. That's the title track. None of these are original songs. These are all songs that he's covering. But it's a really good album. He has the most beautiful tone, just absolutely gorgeous tone. It's really like late 50s hard bop type stuff with some Latin beats into it. But it's a gorgeous album. I don't think it was put out on physical media at all. So it's definitely on Spotify. It's on Amazon streaming. I know for sure. I didn't look on Qobuz yet, but that link I just put in is to his artist page. But yeah, he's really got a beautiful tone, and the times I've seen him live were really cool too. We're so lucky to have him as our jazz director. Because what a lot of symphonies do when they have their jazz nights, there's this thing that they were doing before the pandemic. I don't know if it's still going on, but they would do this thing where they will just do a tribute to a specific album. So I went to the Time Out tribute night, and that was awesome. The drummer was insane. I wish I don't remember their names, but they're all local people to San Diego. But there was a Giant Steps night, I think. But I think that one got postponed because of the pandemic, and I was really crushed because I was looking forward to John Coltrane night. But check out your local symphony, your local major city and your symphonies, because they might have these same jazz nights set up if they have a good, jazz or pops director. Obviously Mike doesn't have to worry about that, and neither does Joe. But Chris, check out your local symphonies, and they might have a jazz program mixed in, alternating with the classical stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, check out his album if you guys want to. It's really, really good. It's definitely easy, not easily listening, but easy to listen to. It's not out there at all. It's really, some of the songs like there could have been on, Moanin' or a Song for My Father or something like that. It's really very familiar Blue Note sounding stuff to me, at least most of the tracks that I've sampled so far. And I'm gonna be playing that for a little while. But that's something I wanted to shout out there, because obviously he's not a huge name, but he's actually a big name in the jazz world as far as education and bringing up new artists and stuff like that.
That's awesome, man.
Somebody asked, Roberto asked, who's my favorite trumpet player? Originally, it was one of the people that inspired me to even rent a trumpet back in the 90s was Freddie Hubbard, because I got Red Clay, and I just thought it was insane. And then the other album that was really influential was the Mambo Kings, so Arturo Sandoval. If you don't have the Mambo Kings soundtrack, get it on CD, because you can't stream all the tracks. Arturo Sandoval is insane. A lot of trumpet players don't like crediting people for playing high, but he can not only play high, which is, that's the brass ring when you're playing trumpet, is to be able to play high. He can play high and just and melodic at the same time, and beautifully. There's a really cool video. I think I pointed out here before. Look it up. There's a video with Arturo Sandoval, Wynton Marsalis, I forget the other guy, and James Morrison from Australia, and they're all. And this is one, because Mazzy said something, and that I wanted him to watch that video to refute what he was saying. That I don't want to misquote Mazzy, but Wynton is he is the most soulful trumpet player. I mean, he really takes it back to the blues and the roots. And he I think that was his big come to Jesus moment with his dad, was, that's why he gets into it with the modernists, stuff like that, is because he is so soulful that everyone's doing a lot of acrobatics in that video. And if I find it, I'll link it in here. And then every time they go back to Wynton, he's just shaking your soul with these slow blues hitting the perfect notes and everything. And it's like he's doing the one thing that the other three guys aren't. And the other guys, three guys are amazing and they're good for what they can do. They're masters. But I just loved how Winton played that. He was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this and keep it soulful.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
that.
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's one thing that really my trumpet teacher, like, today is the first day where he introduced the bebop scale to me, which is like, that's like going from, you know, learning Japanese with like a blues scale to trying to learn Chinese, where everything's tonal all of a sudden. Now it's really difficult. And so he always says, whenever I get lost or when I'm getting frustrated, I just go back to the blues. And that's like, it's kind of like almost like a Buddhist thing, like recenter yourself, like Karate Kid, like just, you know, breathe, you know, and center yourself. And then that's how a jazz player will reset, go back to the blues, because that's the basis of everything. And then go back to what you were doing and try and tackle it again.
Yeah. Well, with Winton, like, I mean, those like his late '80s Columbia albums, they're like, you know, they're fantastic, especially like Live at Blues Alley. And then, you know, then he changed the group, and you know, it's only you like if you listen to interviews, he'll talk about how he would talk to like Sweets Edison, and he'll ask like Sweets Edison how he got that tone and the heavy tone and all this stuff like that. And Sweet Edison would say, you know, things to him. And Wynn said, "Oh yeah, I tried that, and then I just bought a new horn." And, you know, and he has like a custom horn. This guy in Oregon makes his trumpet, Dave Monette. They're like,
Monette, yeah.
They're like works of art besides, you know. But he was like saying, you know, I couldn't get that. I had to try something else from what Sweets was telling me, because I could never play like him. And, you know, he just said, you know, I was doing, you know, when I was young, I was doing all that complex stuff, you know, playing all these rapid runs. And then, you know, I just had to pare it down. I just, you know, I just had to get to the essentials. You know, you can do all that, but, you know, how are you communicating to people?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's what, you know, that's what he focused on it. Especially after that, when that Live in Blues Alley, which is a great live recording of that quartet with him, Jeff Tane Watts on drums, if you don't, he is one of the best living drummers right now, Jeff Tane Watts. And it was Jeff Tane Watts, Marcus Roberts, and Robert Leslie Hurst III on bass. That was a great group. But you know, after he broke up that group, his whole style of playing changed. You know, he got away from all those complex runs and all that stuff, and just, you know, I'm just gonna, you know, focus on what I think is the essential. You know, paring it down and just communicating more directly. And that's what he's sort of been doing that since that time.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think one thing he always had as an advantage is just extreme talent too.
Oh yeah.
I just pasted that. It's an 18-minute. It's John Faddis was the other trumpet player that I forgot. But I just pasted the link in there. I really welcome everyone to watch that. It is so fucking cool. It's from a jazz festival that they were at in 1990, and it's those four guys. James Morrison is he looks like a math teacher or something, but he's just an insane trumpet player from Australia, and he's incredible too. He's
very underrecorded.
Yeah, I've got one of his instructional DVDs.
You know, it's wild.
Nicole put some really good trumpet players in the link.
Oh yeah, and just to finish that up. So Freddie Hubbard is, still, and the more I listen to Freddie, especially when that Empyrean Isles comes out, I mean, listen to his solos on there and tell me. I mean, it's a leap to think, because I don't know most of the British guitar players and a lot of the guitar players were listening to, but maybe like Jimi Hendrix or something that was kind of more hip to that stuff, not just listening to blues guys.
Right.
It sounds like guitar solos. When you listen to his solos on like Imperial Isles and stuff like that, it's like the phrasing. It reminds me of a lot of the guitar solos of the '60s that came later after that album was released. But I don't know. Maybe I'm making a leap there. But after that, now that I've been listening to jazz a lot more in the past years, since the pandemic started and stuff like that, Clifford Brown is renowned. His techniques of ghost tonguing and different things that he does are his phrasing, his everything about. What Jazz Shepherd was talking about him, I think on your stream last week. I think I caught a little bit. Was it last week?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Or is it maybe last week, the week before? I mean, he was dead on about it. I mean, he really is something else, and it was sad that we only had him for the time that we did.
Absolutely.
That's
a good point. The list of Hubbard dates spanning every jazz subgenre is remarkable. That's pretty much, that's true. Hubbard's done everything pretty much.
Yeah.
Mike, do you have a lot of shows lined up that you're going to be trying to go to?
Well, I wanted to see. I think I want to say is this Brad Mehldau is playing at the Vanguard,
mm-hmm.
and then I keep doing this to myself. I got to realize you have to, if you want to go to the Vanguard, you got to do that you can't when I went to see David Murray at the Vanguard, then I went online and I said, oh, Brad Mehldau's playing. The Brad Mehldau shows were all sold out. They were all sold out, and I love Brad Mehldau. And I'm trying to think. I know.
It looks like Emmanuel Wilkins is playing a bunch of dates at the Vanguard, but also at the Stone, I think.
Is that he might? See, I'd be interested. Well, actually, I saw him at the Vanguard in December with Kenny Barron.
Okay.
Group. I've seen Emmanuel Wilkins maybe 3-4 times this year. I saw him.
I think the Stone is like a residency, so he's doing like a bunch of different sets throughout the week.
Great. That's John Zorn's club basically, and I would definitely be interested in seeing him at the Stone. I would definitely be interested in seeing them there, and usually I'll go to like this one place called the Jazz Gallery, which is a great place, and like a lot of the up and coming musicians play there. That's where I first saw Emmanuel Wilkins, Joel Ross, Patricia Brennan, the vibe player, just played there not too long ago, and I'll go there. What's good about that place is you can do like a membership, and I mean it's a membership, but it depends on what you want to contribute a month. Right. And it comes out, and it gives you like first choice of like seating. Like they have tables and then they have like benches, and you get a discount on the seating. And it's usually I get like a table in the first 2 rows or something like that. And it's cheap, but you're like right there, and they have great sound system and everything. It's a club. It's a place that actually Roy Hargrove was one of him and his manager, they started it.
Oh wow!
And is it close to like where the Vanguard is, like Midtown?
It's in the Flatiron, like around 23rd.
By Madison Square Park, kind of.
Yep, exactly. It's like a 5-minute walk, not even a 5-minute walk from Madison Square Park.
Okay.
I mean, it's a great place. If you ever want to go to a show there, just let me know, man.
What club does John Zorn own?
It's called the Stone.
Okay. That's something I have to do. I have to go back to listen to those John Zorn, Dave Douglas albums, because I haven't really listened to him in like almost 30 years now. It's been since I listened to this.
Well, he actually has John Zorn has a new Masada a new Masada group. I think they're about to release their second CD.
Is Dave Douglas in it, or is he in it with him?
I don't think Dave Douglas is in it.
No,
But you know,
he's kind of
Dave
his own
Douglas
thing.
has his own label.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been in that, listened to that, any of that stuff since like the 90s. So
it's called
I'm lost
Greenleaf.
when it comes to that.
It's called Greenleaf.
Okay.
You go to Bandcamp. What's great about his label is like he'll do these sales. Not this year, but the end of last year, he did this sale, and like this, I bought like 15 CDs. They were like $3 each. And it was like it was amazing, and a bunch of them were like live from the Jazz Standard, a club that no longer exists here, and they're all excellent. Nice. And a bunch of artists, not just Dave Douglas. He has other artists on his label, and then I bought some albums. He has some vinyl on there.
Wow.
He did a release with pianist Yuri Crane. That's really good. It's really good. Just those two. And I got that really cheap. I mean, he does a lot of stuff. And if you sign up, you always you get emails from him saying, okay, this is a sale. This is limited edition. Buy this right now. Like, yeah. I mean, Dave Douglas is always busy, always putting stuff out there. I know for Record Store Day, I got the Dave Douglas, Joe Lovano sound prints. I ordered it actually from the In Groove because I was away. I was in Philadelphia for Record Store Day. I ended up ordering it from the In Groove, and I got that because I thought it was supposed to be a regional release, but it seemed like everybody had it. So, but yeah,
I gotta get back into that stuff.
Yeah, Dave Douglas is really, his label puts out a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff. Even the drummer that he played, Rudy Royston, who actually plays with in Bill Frisell's trio on the Valentine album. He has a number of releases on Dave Douglas's label. I bought a bunch of those at that sale last year for like, I mean, I couldn't believe how it was just like, I was like, you got to be kidding me. $3? Yeah.
All right, I got to run, guys, but it was a
All
pleasure.
Right. Yeah.
Have a good night.
All right, you
Hi,
too.
Joe.
Good to chat, and we'll talk soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good night.
All right. Yeah.
I thought that Black Jazz sale that happened last year was like the best thing that had happened as far as buying records goes, price wise.
Yeah.
Like $12, like 15 of them.
Yeah, that was great. I bought some. I still got one Calvin Keys album that I have to get.
Yeah.
That I still haven't got purchased.
I didn't get a bunch of the Doug Carn stuff. That's about the only stuff I didn't.
Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Much. Yeah. Hey, Roberto. Yeah, I'm holding off on the Kevin Gray. And not, I'm just holding off because there's other stuff. I'm prioritizing other stuff. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
That's the main reason.
I'm not buying it either.
Yeah, that's the main reason. Yeah,
I mean, my stereo is not that great anyway. Like, I don't have to buy records just because they sound good. I want to like the music.
Right, exactly. But like, I want to get that. I want to the Quiet Kenny, and there's something that I want to get the You showed it earlier. Damn.
The Dolphy?
Yes, the Dolphy. I don't have the Live at the 5 spot. I have it on CD. I don't have it on LP.
Well, you know what's great? I don't know if I showed this before, but it's right here somewhere as well. this box set from I think the 70s. The Dolphy's Great Concert. Have you ever seen this? Move something big real quick. It's like a twofer, but it's a threefer, really.
No.
Great Concert of Eric Dolphy. It's all from the 5-spot session. So it's that one that I just got. Let's see if I can figure out what the three are in here real quick. Tell me. Here we go. Yeah, so it's Live at the 5-spot Volume 1. Sets 3 and 4, Live at the 5-spot Volume 2, duh. And then the 5 and 6 are the Eric Dolphy Memorial album, because after he died, they released more music from him. But all three of them are on this.
Oh, that's good.
And so I paid $25 for this, like, I don't know, a year ago. If anybody likes this kind of music, likes that 5-spot Eric Dolphy stuff, then this is a good option too if you want all three records. And it costs about half what the one from that AP costs. So
yeah, I should check. I'll check Discogs later tonight and see if it's available.
Yeah, but I got a bunch of. I need to put some more stuff up on Discogs. I sold about 40 records last year, probably just stuff that I spent a lot of money on RSD for shit that I really didn't care about, you know.
Right.
Over a few years, so I sold a bunch of that stuff and just other random things. I got a bunch of twofers and like Bill Evans OJC shit. I should sell some about some of the records.
Oh yeah, you got the box set, right?
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. When I was on earlier today, I was online at I went to the website at Acoustic Sound. They still had the Bill Evans box set. Copies available.
It's very expensive.
Yeah. I know. I was thinking, nah, I'm not. I'm definitely.
If I had it to redo, I might not buy it, honestly, for $900. Just not buy it.
And then you know what I did? I went to because Chad had posted a thing about the Canadian box sets that he had for sale and stuff.
Yeah.
So I went on and he posted a picture of there's this Ella Fitzgerald Duke Ellington songbook box set, and I have it on CD that I love.
Mm-hmm.
I went and I saw the price. I was like, I just thought the price was just out of control. I want to say it was like $400 or something like that. I was like, no. Okay. I was like, come on. It just I just I can't.
Yeah. Was it used?
Huh?
Like a used copy or was it new?
Yeah, he had this guy in Canada. He did one of these.
Oh, okay,
yeah. And I guess that's maybe from his collection. I was like, no, there's no way I'm paying that much for that.
No.
And just in general, I was looking through all those like the prices on that vinyl vault that Acoustic Sounds are little. I think they're very high.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I was like, that's ridiculous.
I mean, some of the stuff they do have, to be fair, at the same time, if you want like a mint copy of something,
you
can get it from them.
Right. That's probably and you're gonna be assured that it's a mint copy.
And you'll be paying for it though, right?
Right. Exactly. I don't know. I'd rather take a chance and somebody, saying something's mint and it being VG. Plus then
I agree with you 100%.
Than paying $200 less.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but because I really
I try to buy near mint stuff mostly. I mean, I buy VG Plus too a lot, but if I buy near mint and it's not, I will definitely complain.
Yeah,
like if it's just VG, or VG Plus, there's scratches all over it and shit. Like I also always read the descriptions in Discogs when somebody's selling a record, because they'll say near mint, and it'll say has a few hairlines, a few audible pops. Like that's not near mint, dude.
Right.
Like, if it has audible scratches, it's not near mint. Like
yeah, and like if it's on Discogs, if they say like VG, or near mint, and they have no description, in it, as left blank, then I'll email them or something, or if they don't respond, or if the response is not, up to, I'll just say I'll just pass.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah. Because what did I get? I bought this one album. I had posted it on my Instagram. It's called Old and New Dreams, and the guy he listed it as, I want to say, VG plus, and he had the comment, he had stuff in the comments about it, so I bought it, and the vinyl was like mint quality. It was really just the cover, that, and only because I it had the sticker on there and stuff like that. He graded it, VG plus, but otherwise it was perfect. And I paid like, I think, like, with shipping included, it was maybe $20. So
Nice.
I was really happy about that.
I've bought a bunch of. I mean, I've bought a ton of records on Discogs, and I've been happy with all of them except for like one or two. And the problems got rectified.
Right.
Right. Like one guy just said, keep the record, give me a refund because it was like a $7 record. He said it was near mint and it was like jacked up.
Mm-hmm.
Just a record. I went and looked at his thing. He has pretty good reputation. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was like 98.5. 98.5 might as well just be terrible. Because like 1.5 people get fucked, right? So one out of the 100 get fucked, and you may be that 1.5 out of the 100. Like
right.
As if he sells 1,000 records a month, then
Yeah.
It's like those record stores where they don't really look at the records; they just say they're near mint. When you open it up, and there's like no inner sleeve; it's just like dusty as hell.
Yeah.
It was probably a VG, but like, come on, near mint, no. And it was $7, so. It's another good tip for Discogs if you're buying cheap records, like I like to do sometimes, is find something that has 3 or 4 records you want.
Right.
And most people will just charge you $5, $6 to ship 5 records, and it's just as much as one. So you can spread out the shipping costs, because buying a $5 record and paying $5 shipping kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then like it's some, like, when I see some dealers, they even have a minimum before they'll, like, you have to meet before they ship.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of guys out there that sell like $1 and $2 records, man.
Yeah.
And a lot of some people buy that shit. I'm not really in the market for that, but if you are, then you can get a bunch of records for cheap with low shipping, I guess. I've got enough dollar records, though. I don't know.
Huh?
I said I've got enough dollar records already.
Oh yeah.
I got rid of all those.
I'm thinking about it.
I watched them all, and if they're completely like bacon, snap, crackle, pop, I just take them to Goodwill.
That's fair. I mean, I also just got a lot of records that I probably don't like.
Unless it's like a collectible out, like those Chet Baker 10 inches I bought. Those aren't the quietest records, but they're even in the condition that they're in, they're still worth $30-$40.
Right.
So I bought those knowing the condition they're in. I just think it's neat having those old 10 inches.
I agree. I could probably mainly from that, I've bought some records that aren't in the best shape just from record stores, but the worst records that I have in my collection, not quality wise, what's the word, I guess, condition wise, right? Or from that collection I bought like in last year or whatever, year before last. And I kept about 50 of them that are probably G plus, but they're cool records that I like.
Right.
And so I've replaced about 5 of them already just by finding a better copy at a record store and throwing the other one away or giving it to Goodwill or whatever.
I sent a lot of stuff to get deep cleaned by that guy in Wisconsin.
Did that do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the one Queen album I have, I would have actually taken that Queen album, which I paid $20 for. It's a UK greatest hits, and I would have taken it to Goodwill, but whatever was in there that I couldn't get out with a manual clean, he got out of there. Nice. And but I have like my Casino Royale soundtrack with the Look of Love on it. That one, it sounds good, but there's still needle groove distortion on it. That one's damaged in the groove. It sounds good I still I have that. I'm keeping that one as a collectible just because of the cover and everything, and it is a expensive album if you ever get it to get a clean one. But like Julie London, you know, that's an album you can find for in $2 bins all the time, but they're always completely chewed up. This one plays pretty acceptable after. I mean, you still get the pop, but it's not like constant. So it's just it's just enough to enjoy it because that's such a gorgeous the one with Bernie Kessel on it.
That's cool. I mean, a lot of those older records too, like the old Columbias and some of the other older labels. Some of them can look beat to shit and still just play okay. It's weird.
Yeah, and some of them look like they're brand new.
They still play them. Yeah, that's true.
And they're completely terrible. Like you cannot tell until you play the album. You know.
No, absolutely agree. I've got.
You know, one thing I wanted to talk to you about is VMP.
Yeah.
So.
Are you
I'm thinking of.
What is this like Amway?
I'm thinking. I'd like to talk to you guys.
Oh, jeez.
Did you already? Are you in VMP?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing the Marty Stewart for next month. I already swapped it out to that. But that Black Nasty, I streamed that, and that's an album that I looked even in like VG condition. It's on Discogs. It's like $70. It's a $70 album.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool album. So I'm thinking of adding that in because that's the type of album to me. It seems like one of those ones that ends up selling out.
Yes.
I'm kind of. Because I would think usually when there's two things I want, then I'll say, okay, I'll save that one later and do it as a swap when there's a month where there's nothing I want. But I'm kind of scared on that one. I kind of have FOMO on that one because I'm just thinking that one might possibly sell out, or maybe it won't. Will never sell out. You can never tell, you know. But it's a cool album, and it's one that I'm told by people that know country music that the Marty Stewart you can get for $30 clean. And then the next month, the other album I picked was Chris Christopherson because I fucking adore that album. His very first album.
Yeah,
those songs are insanely cool. They're so good. His lyrics and everything on that, and actually even his singing on that first one is I actually enjoy it. I'm told that one you can get clean for like $10. So a lot of people are saying that they weren't excited when they put stuff out that you can get. That's easily available when they're saying there's a lot of other country albums that on the country track that you can get that's harder to get. But anyway, that's what I'm going with.
I had the classic track and the country track for about a year, and then I got off the country track because I don't know, swapped so many of them, and it was just expensive to have two, right? And then so what's the one that's coming out?
There's Black Nasty Talking to People is the classics.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And I streamed it. And it's really awesome stuff. It's like, you know,
I haven't skipped probably any of the classics since I've been a member, maybe 2 or 3.
And there's Moon Safari Air. Air's Moon Safari, which I've seen that album a billion times. I've never. Is that the Sexy Boy song?
I have no idea.
Anyway, that's like an album that's been around for a long time, and I've never checked it out. Never gotten to them. And then there's
VMP,
the Coupe.
You know,
there's a hip hop one, and
what is what I switched out because I have two of the memberships, and I switched out one of them for the where I'm getting this month's hip hop release because it's an album that's done by Boots Riley, and I actually like him. I actually know him more from the movies than I do from recording, and I listen to the hip hop. It's sort of like a parody in a sense, and it's really good. But the music is really good on the recording. But he did I can't recall the movie that he did a few years ago. Danny Glover was in it. and it was really good. Let me see.
The fatty liver.
Let me see if I can bring out the movie. Find out the movie.
Nicole says she pre-ordered the other record already. I guess the James Brandon Lewis.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. I'm gonna buy that on Bandcamp, I think.
man, I saw him a few weeks ago, and I mean, I've seen him a number of times live, but
Mhm.
it is just a total. It is such an experience for seeing him live, and he's like one of the hardest working guys out there.
Yeah.
He's always every time every time you turn around, he's doing shows. He's
Mhm.
doing shows. He's on he's on the road, doing touring. If
He's
he's
trying to
in
make a living being a jazz player, man.
yeah, he's got he's got to make a living, but in different formats. It was funny because I was talking to one of my coworkers about a couple of years before the pandemic, and he lives in New Jersey. He's like, "Oh, I went to this gallery, and there was this guy there. My friend owns the gallery." He's saying, "Yeah, this is a musician that's really good, and I wanted him to get out of here." And he had to actually like, give money to James Brandon Lewis to actually so he could make it to New Jersey to play at
Wow. Yeah.
at the gallery. And but he just. I'm glad that now that he's getting like the recognition, because he's been out there for a while. So but yeah, and the label that he's on, is Anti, which they don't have any jazz music. That's like Tom Waits' label,
Hmm.
So maybe I hope they have a bigger. I'm sure they have a bigger advertising budget for him. So that's going to be good for him.
Yeah, I like that other record. I'm just gonna get a clean copy of it. It'll be cool for sure. The other VMP I did get, I swapped out maybe last month. Yeah, I swapped whatever the classic from last month was. I didn't care about, so I got this instead, which I'm super happy to have. I haven't listened
Speaking
to
of Groove Homes, yeah, you can pick up a Groove Homes tomorrow at Mazzy's OGC. So
who said anything about Groove Holmes?
he's the I think he's the one that they sample on that.
Oh yeah.
So what
Yeah.
you want?
Yeah, that's right. There's also just a Groove Holmes song, right? By the Beastie Boys. There's a song named Groove Holmes.
Yeah, I think they have. I think they named a song after him too.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh man.
I like. What was the one that came after that? I like that one better.
I don't know. Paul's Boutique.
The one where it's the guys ordering from like a.
Oh yeah, that's Paul's Boutique. Right?
No, not Paul's Boutique. Paul's Boutique was before that. The one after that one.
Oh, I know the cover. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, the Boots the VMP album that I switched out one of them for. It's the group is called the Coops, and the album is called Genocide and Juice.
Yeah, someone just mentioned that. Near Zero just mentioned that too.
Yeah, that it's so good. I mean, the music is good, the lyrics are good.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's really good. And I'm trying. Let me find the movie that he produced.
You should get it, Patrick.
The one song on that album, though, Chris, that I love is that they have that video where it's like do 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 the bass, the distorted bass, and then the video had the gear, like all the gear said property of Pink Floyd.
Yeah,
I didn't know until very recently the whole story about that they had all their stuff stolen. So I get the joke now.
Yeah,
there was like a famous thing I guess I have in Pink Floyd where their all their stuff was stolen. So that I guess that was the joke of that video is like the PC Boys
stole shit. Yeah, Sabotage was like my favorite music video of all time though. That video,
yeah,
great. So good.
That's a Spike Jones video.
Yeah, the movie that the guy from Genocide and Juice did from 2018. It's called Sorry to Bother You, and it's really good.
It's a movie?
Yeah, it's yeah, Tessa Thompson, Danny Glover, Terry Crews, Patton Oswalt. It's really good. It involves this this whole thing on telemarketing and race and and economics. It was really good.
That sounds familiar, actually.
Yeah.
I did telemarketing in LA, and it was all like there's a lot of like actors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That were trying to make money in between.
Was Brad Pitt there?
It was so depressing though. I was like, I'm never ever doing this again because I'd rather just stand on the corner with a sign, and then I wouldn't pay taxes for it, and it's actually less obtrusive than calling people. Well, no one cares anymore now. You call someone and they just ignore it on their cell phone because everyone's got cell phone. But so you're just calling senior citizens now if you do it. But I just said I'm never ever doing this again. If I ever get to the point where this is my only choice of a job, then I'm just going to stand on the corner with the sign, and that's more honest.
No shit. This is the worst fucking job ever. Now, what about working in a call center where you're answering the phones and not like cold calling people?
Well, I've been working in call centers since like the late '90s.
Okay.
But I got off the phones and I do the scheduling and stuff. I've been off the phones for like 10 years now, doing back office stuff.
Nice.
Which is like that's like the dream, is to like get any kind of job that gets you off the phones and stuff.
Absolutely. So. That makes sense. I work with my company uses Salesforce for all our support stuff, so I work with those guys every day. I got a couple other records that I bought that are brand new. I want to show you. So I haven't listened to them. They just came yesterday, so I mean, I haven't listened to 6 records yet. So this is one of those Storyvilles. This has been Webster Ellington. I haven't listened to this yet. It's got a little Obi on it. I'm hoping it sounds a little better than the Dexter one. Like if it's live or not. But this has got let's see, Kenny Drew. Looks like there's a bunch of sets, but one was got Kenny Drew, NHOP, Al Heath on drums with Ben Webster, which is cool. Another one's Teddy Wilson, NHOP again. Makaya, I don't know where the last name I can't say, on drums. And then there's a couple of them that look like they're bigger bands. But anyway.
What is that Storyville?
So this is not the American Storyville label, I don't think. I'm guessing this is... Wasn't there a Storyville label in Europe?
Yeah.
Club or something he was putting stuff out? Or
yeah, there were two. But the American one was the guy George Wein, and then I don't know who the European one was.
Yeah, I didn't know it was George Wein that did Storyville. That's cool. The American ones, I have one of them. It's got a really cool label, but the other thing I got was the Benny Carter Jazz Giant.
I like, and he plays trumpet on that, and he plays really good trumpet.
It's a great record. I have the OJC. I'm going to sell that on Discogs, but yeah, it's Benny Carter, Ben Webster again, Frank Rosalino, Andre Previn or Jimmy Rouse, and then Barney Kessel, Leroy Vinegar, and Shelly Mann. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
That is a really excellent record. That is really good.
And again, if you wanted to make a record on contemporary, you had to have Shelly Mann play drums on it. Their shit, man. It's wild.
Well, considering he had his own club, it was probably a big shot.
What were we saying, Becky? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Considering he had his own club, then he probably had some weight.
He's a big deal. I mean, but how cool of a label are you if you have Shelly Mann as your house drummer, basically? Like,
yeah,
it was a monster. I love the stuff he did with Bill Evans.
Yeah,
like I think, I think that the stuff, the 2 records he did with Bill Evans, I only have one of them, but I felt like he challenged Bill differently than a lot of the other drummers he played with. Just the level of his playing, maybe, I don't know. It just seemed different, like they were really vibing or something,
I mean, I have what's it, at the manhole? Is that the one? Bill Evans, Shelly Man,
No, it's a different one, but yeah, I mean, let's see.
and I have it on CD. It's sort of like a greenish color.
Well, that, yeah,
I have that.
right. That there's one that's at Shelley's manhole, right, which is got a really cool cover.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's him
and that is really good.
Drums though, it's just add to the manhole, so that's a different guy on drum.
Yeah,
but let me see. Let me look for it real quick. It's Bill Evans and Shelly Man. There's two of them. Let's see. God, stupid Discogs. I hate you. I don't know. I give up. I'm too hot up to use the internet. Oh, well, okay, no. Empathy, right? You know this record. It's a Verve record. The one with the weird sculpture on the cover, right? It's Shelly Man, Bill Evans with Monty Budwig. That record's fucking amazing. Analog Productions put it out.
Oh, okay.
That one's great. I don't know what the other one is. It's another Verve, I think. But I don't really need any more Bill Evans records, I don't think, for like 10 years. I mean, unless they put out, like, you know, if Zeb puts out live sets, I'm always going to buy those. Cause I've got,
definitely. I mean, I love the later Bill Evans. I mean, I just
Symbiosis is fucking ridiculous. You like that MPS record, Symbiosis?
I still haven't listened to that. I still haven't.
It's like him and a European arranger whose name I can't remember. Klaus Ogerman.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah,
some of his stuff sucks that I've listened to, or I just don't like it. But that record's cool. It's like very arranged, but it's an English. It's a little more out there, kind of too, which is nice.
And what else?
Y'all talked out yet?
Yeah,
No, let me say one more thing, because I had a big surprise earlier this week. Because I have this obsession with Roberta Flack and Donny Hathaway.
Yeah,
and
the PBS thing.
Yeah, I was looking at, and it was so weird because I haven't been watching TV because I've been practicing a lot of guitar lately, and I haven't been watching a lot of TV. And I just happened to be, checking out. There was a really cool Finding Your Roots episode with Danny Trejo was in it and Cyndi Lauper. Danny Trejo's is really cool. And then right after that, I was like, holy shit, what is this American Experience with, or was American Masters or American Experience? One of the two.
American Masters.
About Roberta Flack. And I was like, holy fucking shit. I don't know if it was a rerun or if it's a brand new one or what, but I was like, well, I guess I'm not going to sleep early tonight. So I stayed up and watched that, and it was amazing. I want to go back and read her the guy that they said the name of the guy that did her biography in it, but I didn't know she was like next door neighbors with like John and Yoko, and like Sean like knew her when he was growing up and shit. And they made that album. They made an album together, or she was on the album with Yoko, and she made a song about getting over loss and stuff like that. On Yoko's album, and then she recounted in detail, Donny Hathaway's death, and that just ripped my heart out, dude. I've read it all on Wikipedia, but to hear her talk about it, ripped my heart out. It's so devastating to listen to, and I want to do a video once I need to get because I have a best of Donny Hathaway, but I want to get it's a reissue from the 90s. I think I want to get original of that. I need to get 2 more Donny Hathaway albums, and I want to do like a long video about both of them.
Dude, you should get the his live record. Do you have that?
Yeah, I got it from Wax, because how when he was selling his Friends collection, he had the Rhino. There was a Rhino record store day that I never even knew about.
That's one I have.
And he sold that. He sold that to me for, I think it was really expensive. I think I paid $120 or something for it. Because it's it was from Record Store Day like 10 years ago. It was from one of the early Record Store days.
The one I have is from 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it was from, it was expensive, and so I've got that. But and there's only like 4 studio albums, I think, from Donny Hathaway, and then there's the greatest hits. So
Right.
I've got the Speaker's Corner. No, I've got the VMP of.
Yeah, I have that one too. I know you're talking
Roberta?
about.
Huh?
You have the VMP from him or Roberta?
Well, both. I have Quiet Fire, and I have the one where he's on the cover with the kids. Is that Everything Is Everything?
Yeah, that's the one I have. Yes, that's it.
And then I've got the Donny Hathaway and Roberta Flack one, which I consider kind of a Donny Hathaway album. And then there's one more that I need, the one that has Song for You on it. And then I want to get an original of the greatest hits, because the greatest hits I have is kind of controversial. I think it sounds okay, but I'd like to have that on top of it. And then I've got a bunch of Roberta Flack albums. I've got like the Bustin' Loose soundtrack even.
Wow.
And I've got her like stuff with Peebo Bryson and Luther Vandross and stuff like that from the 80s. So like, there's a ton of her albums. So I just want them all because I just want to explore that. That's just like, there's just some obsession I have with those two. Because when I was a kid, my mom played that. Huh?
So you could probably get help with that obsession. I don't know.
Yeah, well, she's jazz adjacent, because I mean, when you listen to that, especially that First Take album, I mean, she's like, it's like vocal jazz, and I mean, the way she kind of her phrasing and her lyrics, and it's she's kind of like, to me, she's kind of like if Nina Simone had not kind of like had her mental illness issues and stuff like that, I think she would have been kind of taken that role. Maybe either parallel with her or in place of her, I don't know. But she's just amazing woman. And it's so fucking sad and tragic to know that she's not going to be able to sing anymore, because her health conditions have degraded so much that she can't even sing anymore. So, yeah. But yeah, so if anyone, I recommend, and especially jazz fans, because like, I think, is it Ron Carter on First Take? And
yeah.
I mean, she's a jazz player. So I say go to pbs.com. Usually if it's something that's brand new, you can still stream it without having, but all you have to do is I donate $6 a month to PBS. It's just a recurring charge, just like Netflix or something like that. And they give you full access to Passport, which lets you log onto the PBS website, and you can watch the Kim Burns jazz thing a million times. Like, sometimes I'll just play it just to go to sleep to at night. And all the Kim Burns stuff, baseball and all that stuff is on there. The Austin City Limits stuff pops up. Like, sometimes that Tom Waits episode will pop up every once in a while on Passport. So, and then all the Lincoln Center stuff, all that stuff's on there. So it's worth. I watch that more than I do the Netflix, and Netflix costs double what I pay for the $6 a month donation to PBS.
I've got PBS on Amazon Prime just as an add-on subscription on my Xbox. Okay, it's like $3.
Yeah, those things end up on Netflix too eventually. All those American Masters and stuff, and on Amazon. It just takes a little while.
Yeah. This is one thing, just Baggy. That we were talking about the Dave Douglas. There's this one Dave Douglas from 2014. It's on vinyl, and it's on his label Greenleaf. It's Dave Douglas and Yuri Crane. It's called Present Joys. It's really good. It's really good. I mean, it is really good.
Present Joys?
Yep.
Yep, there it is right there. I got it. Yeah. It's on Qobuz, so it's in my list now.
Here's a good record that's not it's not jazz.
Oh, that's yeah, I love it.
I gotta get a new copy because there's like some non-fill inside too, which is disappointing from RTI. But they'll send me a new copy. It'll be fun. It's amazing though.
Is that brand new?
The one that's supposed to be coming out from MoFi, Still Bill.
Is it his or somebody else's? Who is it?
No, it's Bill Withers. It's called Still Bill.
Oh, yeah.
I pre-ordered that, and the rest of the stuff. It was funny. Not funny, but I had some Bill Withers, and I had all the stuff like on digitally, And then like right before he passed away, I had ordered like one original copy. And then right when he passed away, something said to me, you need to go, you get the stuff before it goes up or whatever. And
Right.
all the stuff besides, the only one I didn't get was Still Bill. But all the other stuff I got right when he passed away. I just ordered the OG copies.
It's kind of scary how many VMP issues I have.
Mm-hmm.
Like and a bunch of them I haven't even listened to yet.
Yeah, they do a pretty
You know
good job with R&B. So
You know what one I bought without knowing anything about it was the girl that sings that "Sending Forget Me Nots." The one that.
Oh, Patrice Rushen. Yeah.
God damn, that's jazz to me. That's a jazz album to me.
Yeah, she was actually a prodigy like growing up. Yeah,
so,
she was really young.
Anyone that doesn't have the album, get that album. That one is just. I listened when I got that. It was total blind buy. I put it on. I knew it had the "Forget Me Not" song on there, so I just got it because I wasn't interested in anything else, and I got it. I think at that time it was just a one. That was just like the album of the month. It wasn't it was before they did all the choices and everything.
Right.
And I loved it, and I played the shit out of that album. I want to listen to it again.
And for a while, they had another one of their albums, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all have Sahara, the McCoy Tyner record? On
yes,
VMP?
I got that. I got that one.
And then Teddy P has I got a Teddy P record on VMP that's awesome too.
Yeah, I picked that up too. I mean, they do a really good job. They did one that I really liked. This guy, I think his name is Frederick Knight, and it was on the Stax label, and that was the only one that released. I think he did as a leader, but then like I guess it had to be in the 70s. There was a singer, and their name was, what's her name? I can't remember. It was Anita something, but she had this hit called "Ring My Bell," and he wrote that song for her. But the Frederick Knight thing on a VMP release it was on Stax originally is really good. So, and they've done some really good Aretha Franklin reissues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that, Maggie?
Did you see this when Rachel did that nighttime?
No.
Did you?
No.
I remember
you never guess who I bought this from in the VC.
Fred.
No, I got it from Harry.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
Yeah, I would never. Anita Ward. That's it. Yeah. That's Anita Ward. Ring My Bell.
Oh, yeah, that's a great record.
Yeah.
Bill Withers Adjustments. You have that from VMP?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I have an original and I have the VMP.
Yeah. That's funny. There's some good stuff, man. I don't know. You get the Youssef record too, right?
Yeah. Just going back to Bill Withers, I know it's no longer. I don't think it's up on Netflix anymore. But there was a great documentary that it was on Netflix about Bill Withers, and it was really good. He went back.
Oh, really?
It went back to West Virginia and stuff like that. And, it was really good.
All I can think of is never mind, I'm going blank. What does West Virginia make me think of? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
John Denver. Oh man.
That's funny. Jeffrey said it. Anita Ward sold me some records last year.
Well,
have you guys listened to Lou Reed stuff, like beyond the Velvet Underground stuff, like the late 70s stuff?
Not recently, no.
This record here, I would recommend it because it's a bit kind of like a best of. from the years when he's on Arista.
Mhm.
And yet, for me, Lou Reed's, you have Velvet Underground, which I had the Velvet Underground like box set, CD set with the banana on it and everything. So I had all that stuff. I was well versed in Velvet Underground. Then I had, I think I had Transformer on CD for a while. and then there was a blank spot, and then there's the New York album, and then Songs for Drella and stuff like that. And I didn't know anything about everything between that from like in the late 70s and 1980. There are some insanely cool songs that he does that I was totally unaware of in this era. So I recommend this to anyone that isn't versed in Lou Reed, to get as like a sampler. If you don't want to buy all the individual albums, of course.
Yeah.
This was a cool cheap record that I got. It's a 2 LP set. I got it for like dirt cheap on Whatnot because no one else was interested in it. And man, anything you love about Lou Reed. I mean, it's really, really, really cool songs with his typical like storytelling about his life and like junkie life and stuff like that, and life in New York. And I was really surprised. I've been listening to it over and over again. It's really, really cool stuff.
That's awesome. I got a Speaker's Corner version because every time Mike from the In Groove during the pandemic got a Speaker's Corner record and he talked me into buying it. I bought like 30 of them. They're all good. Oh, you have your hammer pillow ready?
Lord Lasers.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I was like, what the hell was that? I was like, what the hell was up with that?
Apparently our stream's too long and too boring, and it's just like the three of us always talking.
I was like, what did anybody do to you, buddy?
Yeah, at least people watch our stream, so
Yeah, exactly.
Bam.
Oh man. Yeah.
All right, well I'm gonna go practice the guitar for a while before I go to bed.
Yeah, I gotta get up early tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, y'all have a great night.
You too. Hey, you're gonna sign in. You're gonna be around for Mazzy's thing tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't have any money to buy anything probably, but I'm probably gonna hang out and watch.
I got dibs on the Kenny Dorham.
Good luck on that.
I hope he's not gonna bundle that because I can't afford to buy more than one. Probably.
I think some of those bundles are gonna be.
I got next time I can come up. I want to show you. Hopefully, I'll have it by then. I've got one that I've been wanting for a very long time, and that's Blues Moods. I finally got. It's coming in the mail.
Nice.
Yeah. Just one quick thing. XJ said something about Eric Alexander. Yeah, he's a great player. I've got a lot of his, of course, his CD stuff. I remember when he first came up, and he came to New York. I've got a lot of good stuff. And he's some really good stuff on vinyl that's on the Venus label from Japan that from Eric Alexander stuff that you can check out. That's really good.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, fellas.
Later.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good night.